points. He's safely home. Hunt goes for 29, 6 for 106 India.
Bit of a counter-attack here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And interesting enough, Nitish Reddy is a player that is going to complement the way that Rishabh Pant plays, because they both are sort of eye-catching players that like to sort of reverse the pressure, like to put the game back on their terms against it, sort of like it has been so far in this test match today. You know, very much Australia controlling the game, but now India are seemingly getting some sort of...
Hazlewood bowls, and that's edged out in front of Gully. Didn't carry. He's been busy out there today. Took a terrific catch early on to complete the very first wicket that we saw fall today. By the way, that was, of course, Jaiswal, who went for a duck. Caught McSweeney from the bowling of Stark. Padikkal was out for a duck. Caught Carey from Hazlewood's bowling. Kohli out for just 5. Caught Khawaja from the bowling of Hazlewood. That brought up the 500 wickets for Lyon, Cummins, Stark and Hazlewood. Rahul's out for 26. Caught by Carey from the bowling of Stark. They had to send it upstairs, though, the Australians, for a review. Hazlewood away again, playing it out towards point defensively. Nitish Kumar ready for a dot. Lunch 4 for 51 India. Then Jarrell out for 11, caught by Labuschagne off the bowling of Marsh. 5 for 59 at that stage, and Washington Sundar, the last batter to go, caught behind by Carey from the bowling of Marsh for 4. 6 for 73. It's now become 6 for 106 as India trying to fight their way back into this first test on day 1 at Perth Stadium. 3 slips, a gully and a point. Hazlewood over the wicket bowling, dropping it on the offside is Nitish Kumar ready, and he'll scamper through for another well-run single. 6 for 107.
Highest partnership of the innings. Clint?
34, how many balls? Got you here, haven't I? Sorry, I've done a Jim Maxwell on you, haven't I? I've caught you off guard. But I reckon it's nearly the same amount of balls.
56.
Oh, wow, okay. A few more than I thought. But they've certainly tried to reverse the pressure here, haven't they? You know, good running between the wickets, being creative with their shot play.
Hazlewood bowls and Punt pulls this one away. Didn't quite get to it, and there's a fielder out there at a deep backward square, and it's straight to him, but there's one to be taken up to 30.
It's interesting when you have players like Punt in particular, but obviously Reddy's showing the same sort of intent. It's only when they show that they're prepared to take the game on that the sort of tempo of the game changes, where the Australians, why they were so dominant in the first part of this game was because they were relentless with line and length. But suddenly, since when you get players that are prepared to take the game on, suddenly your length changes and the consistency of what you were doing before.
As Hazlewood bowls and Nitish Kumar leaves through to the keeper. End of the over. 2 for 13 for Hazlewood for his 9 overs. I'm going to jump out of here with Punt on 30 and Nitish on 22. India 6 for 108. Jim Maxwell about to join you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India. Live from Perth Stadium on the ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listener.
Hello, Tom. India recovering. Slight.
Well, yeah, they certainly are.
Yeah.
You know, they were in a very deep hole, weren't they? And they weren't going anywhere, but at least this partnership, they're sort of finding a way out of that area of darkness. And they're looking like, you know, putting Australia, it's a long way away, but putting them under some sort of pressure. The field's starting to scatter in certain places. Bowlers are a little bit uncertain to where they need to be bowling, and the captain's making bowling changes.
Fly third man's in place, and around the wicket, charging in. Cummins bowls outside the off stump, and Pant sort of plays towards it, but not fair dinkum, and he stays on 30. This partnership is now worth 35, which is the best of the innings so far. And we've seen some outstanding bowling, mainly from Stark. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. Hazlewood, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13. and Marsh, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. But it's Cummins who rattles in around the wicket. Pant defends back down the pitch. Pant's extraordinary. Every now and then he has what I would call a mare, but he's probably saying that it's an improvised, premeditated shot that will come off 9 times out of 10. But it almost didn't an over 2 ago when he skied that one that Cummins couldn't grasp.
Well, it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? If you've got a player like Pant, who's a little bit like an Adam Gilchrist style player, you take the game on, there is always going to be a higher risk to that brand of cricket with a higher return, obviously.
Here's Cummins around the wicket. Again, he's forward. He's just waiting. I mean, there's some kind of telepathy that goes on with him. What is it? Every now and then, he'll launch. Premeditated, it seems to me. He just makes his mind up as the bowler comes in. This is going to be in a spot where I can swat it for 4.
Yeah, it is premeditated. I think he sort of sums up, what's happened previously. He looks at the length that previous balls have come, and he's sort of making an educated guess that maybe it's, not going to be that length, or it's got to hit that length again, and he can take it on.
Here's Pant watching, defending. That's 4 in a row. 4 dots. It's building up to something, Rick. What's going to happen? What's going to happen here? I got one for you. I gave you the Washington Sundar, Washington being the capital of the United States. Test cricketers with first names named after the capital of a country. Stanley in the Falkland Islands. Stan McCabe, there's one.
Okay.
We had another one, Hamilton in Bermuda. Hamilton Mazatska, or whatever his name was, from Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
We're looking for a Kingston. There must be a Kingston somewhere. Cummins runs up and bowls, and Pant ducks a bouncer, and it goes through to the keeper. And go on.
I was going to say, just talking about Pant, I've put 27 players from both sides who I thought might be playing in this Test series in a list and ordered them by strike rate.
Yeah.
Pant is top of the list by strike rate. Yeah, so he averages 75.39 runs per 100 balls when he bats in Test cricket, and still averages 44.
Warner averaged 70, didn't he? Test cricket. Was he up there?
As a strike rate?
Yeah, I think so. It's a good strike rate, 75. Cummins runs in. Pant is playing an unusual shot for 4. That was Rowan Canhigh at his best. The falling sweep shot. Or was it a sweep shot? I don't know what it was, but it was an amazing bit of improvisation. As soon as he saw the line of the ball, he just went in and under it and swiveled it wide of fine leg for 4. He hit it well, but it was the falling sweep. What was it?
Falling scoop.
Scoop.
I would say you quite often see Pant play this in T20 cricket, where he tries to access the fine leg that's normally up in the ring to exploit that deep boundary behind fine leg. But fine leg was clearly back because we were playing Test cricket, and he still thinks, again, educated guess, Pat Cummins is going to bowl it full again. Well, I'm going to access a boundary here by playing one of my favourite shots to be able to scoop it for 6 over fine leg. This guy's an extraordinary talent, and don't even try to start to attempt to work out how he thinks. But what it is, it's a thing of beauty.
There are 2 players in the last few years, when they're at the crease, whatever the situation of the game, they can win it for you from nowhere. Pant and Stokes.
Yep.
Now Hazelwood runs in and bowls back and across. That game at Leeds a few years ago, you keep watching and the wickets were falling, and he just thought, as long as he's there, they can win this, which they did. But Pant, as long as he's there, they could make 250, 300, I would think. What do you reckon?
Well, it'd be fun watching, put it that way.
Well, we're enjoying it,
Yeah, look, he's a special talent, and you're right, there's very few players that have that, modern day players that have that sort of X factor. You're right, Stokes has definitely proven that over a number of times. Headingley is one of those incidences, but he's had plenty of them.
Hazelwood bowls, and Reddy pushes away to the other side. Well, last year at Lords, when he almost won the game single-handed.
Yep.
After the Bairstow incident, he felt a bit filthy about it all, and he decided to hit the ball into the grandstand.
He woke up, didn't he? He
Yeah.
woke up. He did it in the World Cup too, didn't he?
Yeah.
In Morgan's era, that World Cup that
Yes.
England won. He had a couple of days where he was unstoppable. But there's few players in world cricket currently. There's those two. Is there any more that are like that?
Hazlewood's bowling, and it's left alone outside the off stump. That's a good question. There might be a few more, a bit more spasmodic.
One recently retired, I'll throw in there, is A.B. de Villiers.
Oh,
Has
de Villiers.
had that capability of just turning a game on its head.
That World Cup innings at Sydney in 2015
Yeah.
against the West Indies. Can you make 200? He
Okay.
made a lot. Come on, Rick, name a name.
I'm thinking of Harry Brooks in recent times.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Good call. Good call.
Goes at a good rate.
Yep.
Fantastic to watch. Hazlewood trying to get a wicket. He bowls to Reddy. Reddy's driving him straight for 4. That's a good stroke. Well, he's the all-rounder down the list. It's not Washington Sundar. It's Kumar Reddy who's making runs here. That was a beautiful drive. Straight past the bowler's left hand and away to the straight boundary below us.
Yes, it was a genuine half volley, but it was beautifully executed, wasn't it? He didn't try to overhit the ball, stayed on top of it, and it was just an immaculate off drive or straight drive.
Recovery for India. Hazlewood tries again. Reddy ducks the bouncer. He's made 26, pants 36. 6 for 118. So that's 45 for this wicket. Wickets going down after they won the toss. Jaswal a duck. Adakal a duck. Kohli 5, caught it slip. Rahul 26. Jurel 11 after lunch. And Washington Sundar 4, both out to the bowling of Mitch Marsh. So 2 each to Marsh, Hazlewood and Stark. And it's Hazlewood who's trying to find something here. And these batsmen getting a little bit more confident as they go. I don't think Pants ever been short of confidence. The method's interesting to watch too. Hazlewood bowls it, and it's driven back on the bounce, clipping it down the pitch and getting out of harm's way because he thought Hazlewood might turn and fling it at the stumps. The end of the over, 6 for 118. And Pant is 36 and Reddy's 26.
Yeah, and they've looked very good, this pair, purely because they've taken the game on. But what would intrigue me is, you know, we obviously can't provide this over radio, but it'd be very, very interesting to see what the pitch map looks like pre-lunch and the cluster of balls and the length of that cluster versus post-lunch. And I can guarantee that before lunch it was a masterclass of test bowling, of hitting that sort of 7 to 8 metre length, which is the length that, you know, that is talked about a lot, particularly here in Perth. You could probably be even a yard fuller than that. Against after lunch, I think we've been very inconsistent with our lengths.
Pants the man, he's forward and he's pushing as he crouches away on the onside, with Cummins now bowling over the wicket to him with 2 slips, a gully, the fly third man, a backward point, gap round to mid-off, a mid-on and 2 deep on the onside behind and then alongside square. So where's Cummins going to tempt him? Or is he just going to be patient and hope that Pant makes a misjudgment and hoiks one to someone?
I think that's the key, patience.
From the Justin Langer stand end, he runs in. Cummins bowls, Pant defends, wants a single, no, can't get one there as Lyon comes in. Lyon's only bowled a few overs, hasn't he? 5 overs, none for 23. So the bulk of the bowling from the pace men. Stark 11, Hazlewood 10, and Cummins in his 13th over without success so far. 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 47.
because he was his captain in that IPL season. So he'll understand exactly, how he operates, how he thinks. So he would have bowled to him in the nets.
He's bowling to him there. It was close, though. It followed him, and he very nearly gloved it on its way through.
Yeah, he's got a very, very good bouncer because it doesn't go too high. It makes the batsman play a hurried shot. You can see that he got Virat Kohli out with a similar kind of delivery.
Yep.
That did not bounce as high as this one did, but because he uses it sparingly, he surprises the batter.
He's running in from this northern end. He bowls again. Barrett leaves it. Reddy leaves it down the leg side. Yeah, that was a little bit offline. So it's 6 for 121. India won the toss and batted. I wonder if Jasprit Bumrah had more than half a thought about bowling.
I mean, if you're a fast bowler yourself and fast bowler captain, you see the grass on the surface day one of the test match on a pitch which is reputed to have pace and bounce, you would be very, very severely tempted to bowl first. But it's a bold decision, a brave decision.
Can he get away with it now as Hazlewood draws him forward? He pushes at the line and it went past the bat and through to the keeper. So another over goes by in the bright afternoon light. Clint Wheeldon is about to come in and join Sunil Gavaskar. It's 6 for 121.
Your home of cricket. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Sonny, it is an absolute delight to sit next to you again.
Yes, we've had some good times, so looking forward to another entertaining 24 days of cricket. I mean, provided every match goes the distance, of course.
Well, we were thinking at lunch that may not be the case here, but they've dug in this pair.
Yes.
And at the same time as sticking around, have played some expansive and some entertaining shots, the pair of them.
Absolutely. I think the reverse sweep of Nathan Lyon, the scoop shot for a 6 of Pat Cummins by Rishabh Pant. And while the general description was that's incredible, my way of looking at it is that's Rishabh.
Every cricketer has a great story, but from where he came from with the car accident, where I think most people thought he'll never be able to play cricket at this level again, even to get back to a normality of life, it's a remarkable recovery.
Absolutely, no question about it, because even with his leg had turned completely, the right knee, and he had to take help to set it right before as he was helped off the accident site, and then to get that surgery done, and he gave the doctors.
Cummins is in, Sapantu leaves his delivery.
The doctors gave him a certain time frame in which they said, will take him to get ready to play a bit of cricket. And he said, I'm going to beat you by 2 months. And he actually did that. Just shows his determination to get back to playing for India again. And ever since he's come back, he's been outstanding, absolutely outstanding. If anything, he's got a little bit better. He appreciates now that life has given him another chance, and he's grabbing it with both hands.
Certainly doing it at the moment. He's on 37, he's on strike. Next delivery, he leaves from Cummins, wide of off stump and through to Carey for a dot. He's one of the game's great entertainers at the moment. You're never quite sure what shot he's going to play. You're never quite sure how it's going to end up, but somehow he's utterly absorbing to watch.
Absolutely. I wrote in a column which you might have read in the papers today that when you arrive into Australia, when you're about to arrive, half an hour before, there is a video played about what you can bring and not bring into Australia, right?
Cummins is in to punt, he leaves.
And they say that you can't bring, such things into Australia because they're trying to protect Australia, because Australia being an island, and they don't, want any pests or, diseases to come in. And And I'm thinking to myself, how did the Australian Customs and Immigration allow Rishabh Pant to come in? Because if there is a pest for Australia, and a lovable pest, let me tell you, a lovable pest for Australia, it is Rishabh Pant, isn't it?
Very true. Somehow he snuck through. We'll ask Border Security what happened.
Yes.
Here's Cummins again to Punt, who leaves. And I would say this, though. We do want the entertainers to come here.
Yes.
So I guess that's why if he ticked the box, entertainer.
Yeah, not a pest.
That's
He
right.
might be a pest for the Australian team,
Yes.
but for the rest of us, he's an entertainer.
Oh, that's very good. It's so true. It is. He is a joy to watch. And again, for those of us who followed the story from the car crash and the near-death experience he had, to see him back out there and be the player that he is again. He's on 37. India is 6 for 121. He's been patient at the moment, though. Cummins is in. Edging caught! Straight to second slip. Steve Smith reaches the arms up at a roundabout shoulder height, and he completes the catch, and that's a great wicket for the Australians. One of the most dangerous bats there for India is gone for 37. India lose their 7th wicket. They're 7 for 121. Pat Cummins strikes. He takes his first wicket. And that's the end of punts. Out for 37. Caught Smith, bowled Cummins. 7 for 121.
Yeah, it looked to me as if he was looking to flick the ball to the onside, so the bat face closed as the ball took the outside edge. And a good catch there by Steve Smith because the ball was travelling. Good angle created by Pat Cummins, bowling over the wicket, getting the ball across the left-handed bump. But what an entertaining innings this has been from Pant. Probably not the kind of dashing innings, but there was plenty of entertainment with that scoop shot for a six of Cummins a couple of overs earlier, and then also playing a couple of lovely drives of Nathan Lyon. But a big wicket, a partnership which was looking threatening for Australia, but match saving for India has been broken.
He'd been so patient in that Cummins over. He just left and then decided to have a real dash at that delivery.
Yes, he was looking to flick it because he does play that shot well from just outside the off stump, flicks it, brings his wrists into play. But this time around, the bat face closed just that little bit earlier. And so that outside edge went to flying to Steve Smith, and he took a very good catch, sharp catch.
Hunt looked up to the heavens as he made his way off the Perth Stadium playing arena. It's another one of the debutants who makes his way out into the middle. Rashid Rana, a 22-year-old, so makes his debut not just in Test matches but in international cricket. He's on strike. 22 on his back. He waits for Cummins, who's in, and he works that beautifully with a horizontal bat between gully and point, and that will almost make the rope. It's just stopped. That's a great diving effort to try and knock that back from McSweeney. Nonetheless, that is a shot of some confidence as he's run 3. 7 for 124. End of the over from Pat Cummins. A wicket's come off it as well. Geez, I liked the fact, first ball, and I'm prepared to play a shot like that.
Yes, shows the confidence of the man. You're absolutely right. It's the first big game for him. I don't think he's played too many Ranji Trophy matches, the first-class matches in India. But that looked like the shot of a man with confidence in his batting ability, despite the fact that he's batting at number 9.
Does have an average of 42.63 in first-class cricket. Rana, the 22-year-old, can take wickets as well. 43 wickets in first-class cricket in India at an average of 24. Does have a high score of 122 not out. Nonetheless, to have the confidence to play a horizontal bat shot and work it between gully and point, first delivery you face, impressive. Here's Hazelwood to start another over, and he's in the runner who plays it into the ground. It'll bounce out towards gully, and there's no run.
Well, he's the man who's going to be difficult to get away because he bowls such a fine line around the off stump. You have to take a bit of a chance or be patient and look to get scoring opportunities at the other end. But he's relentless. Josh Hazelwood, absolutely relentless all the time around your off stump. He'll slip in the odd bouncer.
swings again. Free slips, Gully point. Mid off, mid on. Hazelwood bowls over the wicket, attempting to pull it away. Rainer didn't get any bat on it. It's through to the keeper in Carey. I asked the impossible question to our listeners, Sonny, a short time ago when we were celebrating this Australian bowling contingent, Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark, line. Compare them to the likes of Warne, McGrath, Lee, Gillespie. Who would you rather have in your team? It's the impossible question because there's so many great reasons on either fronts. But these are the things that we like to talk about. It's the pub question, I guess, would be the way to put it. Hazelwood bowls, and that's worked well off the bat. That's going to race away for four. It went flying past Gully. Runner has his first international boundary. He moves to be 7 for 128. Nicely worked from Hazelwood.
Yes, again opening the face of the bat and they're looking to play an attacking shot. It's gone safely away from the fielder at Gully. And because there was a little pace from Hazelwood, little pace in that bat speed as well, it's taken the ball for a boundary. Every run now very important. India 128. They'll be looking to get maybe at least, if they can, another 50 runs, get to 170, 200. That'll give them some score to try and put some pressure on the Australians.
Hazelwood again is away from us. It's played into the ground and it's dropped. No, it's been caught. That is remarkable. It's been knocked up into the air by full slip and the catch has been completed by third. Rainer is gone. He's out for 7 for one of the more amazing catches that you were ever likely to see. I thought it had gone to ground, but Rainer, who would have thought I've had a life here, knows that he has to go. Off the bowling of Hazelwood, it was edged towards slip. It was knocked up into the air, remarkably, by a fourth slip Gully. Tapped up, McSweeney went diving across, knocked it into the air, and then the catch has been completed, coming across by Labuschagne in the slips. It took 2 of them to get him out. Unbelievable. And India are 8 down, 8 for 128. And Rainer has gone for 7, caught in the end by Labuschagne off the bowling of Hazelwood.
A good reflexes from Labuschagne as well, because he was keeping an eye on the ball. McSweeney dived to his left. Firm push over there by Harshit Rana. And a good catch, good completion of the catch. But this is what we've seen even on boundary line catches. You know, sometimes you go outside the boundary, you push the ball in before you cross the boundary line, and somebody else gets the credit for the catch. You might have done all the hard work, like McSweeney has done all the hard work, you can say, but the catch is going to go in Labuschagne's name.
I thought for a second it had been put down. McSweeney got a hand to it, his left hand diving across. It ricocheted out, but then Labuschagne alert enough to move, and behind him at a roundabout shin height, stick out his right hand and complete the dismissal. Truly incredible. You can't look away for a moment. There's something happening at every ball of this test. India 8 for 128. Bumrah, the captain, he's a new batter. Hazelwood away to him, and Bumrah defends. Getting behind it, seeing the ball just shoot out towards points. Fielder from Gully coming around to do the fielding. So 4 slips and a Gully now, as the Aussies go in for the kill.
Yes, I do, but don't forget that they're bowling to a number 3 batter. Jasprit Bumrah batted number 3 as night watchman in the Adelaide Test, where eventually India were dismissed for 36. So he batted number 3 for India. Now he's batting number 10. Eh? So
they'd be happy with another 36 now, Sonny.
Yes, they would.
They could add that. Bumrah waits and defends again. Under the offside, it'll roll out to Cummins, who does the fielding. Hazelwood has his 3rd wicket, striking him that over. Figures of 3 for 21 from 12. India 8 for 128. Bumrah yet to get off the mark, and Nitish Kumar Reddy is 27. He's still out there for the Indian side. A couple of people texting in. Sam from Alice Springs. I don't think of the 90s team as a quartet as much. The McGrath-Warne duo must be better than any two in the current four. That's Sam of Alice Springs, Matt from Hunters Hill. Stark and Cummins both had better strike rates than McGrath. I'd still be having McGrath in my side. And not So the two slips, as Sonny mentioned, and there's also a gully. There's fine third, deep point, mid-off, deep mid-on. There's also the fielder, deep mid-wicket. Two skippers are out there at the moment. Just bit Boomer up, the non-strikers in. That Cummins will be running by him in a moment. Ball in hand. Here he is. In again, and played by Kumo Reddy along the ground down towards the fielder between, well, somewhere between a mid-on and a long-on from no run.
Well, 3 dot balls. What's he going to do now? Is he going to go for the big one? Is he going to look to take a single? What's Pat Cummins going to do? Is he going to bowl a bouncer?
If you were captain, when would you decide if you wanted to put pressure on Boomer? Would you bring the field in with 2 balls to come in the over, one
Yes.
ball to come?
I think one more ball, you want to keep your fielders a little bit deeper.
Cummins bowls and it forces Tish up onto the toes and he fends it away, and they will take a single as the ball goes backward to the square leg umpire. So he's 28, and this means Bumrah will now have to face 2 deliveries. Travis Head has been thrown the helmet. He'll go under the lid at short leg. Slips contingent is at 3 with a gully. The line just looks like he might be heading towards a leg slip. So there's actually 4 in a gully. Sweeney at a 4 slip, Mitch Marsh at gully. Line is at leg slip. It's vacant on the onside bar. Wide fine leg. There's a fielder also in the shape of Mitchell Stark. Sort of wide mid-off. Here comes Cummins into Bumrah. Cummins bowls and Bumrah defends. And he'll decide to take a single, dropping onto the offside, out in the direction of Stark. As a side throw shy at the stumps at the striker's end, but Tish was always going to get home safely. So Bumrah's off the mark. He's won. India 8 for 130.
Well, he decided he had to get off the mark. So if the original plan was to try and give Nitish Reddy the strike, well, it's still possible because still one more delivery left. What is he going to do? Where's the fielder? The fielders are all going deep set again. There is the mid-ons in. The cover point's gone deep.
Plenty of space on the onside. They're around square leg. Cummins bowls. Flicked up in the air, leaning back. Nitish Reddy sees that, over for 6. Despite the very best efforts of Marnus Labuschagne, who gave it everything on the rope. That is 6. Which does mean that he will be stuck at the non-strikers end at the start of the next over, though. So he's moved to be 34. India 8 for 136. Bumrah's on 1, and he will be facing this next delivery of this over. Well, that was flashing.
Yes, but it is, when you look at the result, end result, 6 runs, you don't mind that, because the three deliveries that Bumrah played the previous over from Hazelwood, he seemed quite comfortable. Good effort that by Manus Labuschagne, but even if he had been able to get his hand to the ball, I don't think he would have been able to flick it back. So a very, very good, a very cheeky shot from Nitish Reddy for a 6.
34 from 54 balls. And he's providing still plenty of entertainment and some joy for the Indian fans. Big numbers here at Perth Stadium by WA standards for the first over test. Hazelwood away to Bumrah, who plays it into the ground and decides this is a chance to get down the other end, knocking it out through cover points. No way of stopping that. They'll take a single. They've worked that pretty well, India.
It did. And India got some runs as well. So even when Bumrah took a single of the 5th ball of the previous over from Pat Cummins, he seemed to be having enough confidence in Nitish Reddy. Nitish Reddy gets a strike, which is interesting. The field is being spread deep. The cover is going to deep cover. The square leg is going to go to deep square leg. The mid-on's moved about 10-15 meters back. Not quite long on, but deepish mid-on, you could say.
And here's Kumar ready. He waits for Hazelwood. Coles over the wicket and plays it into the ground. Forward of the square leg umpire. There's plenty of vacant space there. Deep square comes in to do the fielding. They'll take another single. By the way, coming up at tea, we've got a very special guest. Some of you may have learnt a bit about on Summer Grandstand a couple of weeks ago. That is all ahead of us very shortly here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Sunil Gavaskar, one of the men whose name is on the trophy that these two sides play for now. The symbols of Test supremacy, certainly between these nations, Australia and India. Here's Hazelwood away again to Bumrah, who attempts to swivel. He gets some bat on this, and that's simply remarkable. It's gone for 6 over the top of the wicketkeeper. It's actually gone slightly down leg side, if anything. And he's decided, the skipper, that he's going to have a red-hot go, swivelling on his back leg. And that sails just over the rope, right behind him next to the sight screen. There's a little bit of luck in that, but I like the endeavour.
I told you we batted number 3 for India. I told you, Clint.
That's great. Hazelwood to Bumrah again, and he just knocked this one on the offside, and he practices the defensive shot once more, and I think he's having a bit of a chuckle with Travis Head, who's at short leg after that.
Yeah, that was expected, wasn't it? The bouncer, the short ball after you've been hit for a boundary or a 6, the fast bowler has to respond. 9 times out of 10, he'll come up with a short one. If he's got a good Yorker in his armory, it might be the Yorker, but otherwise it is always going to be another short one to show that he is not pleased with the previous delivery.
His partnership is now worth 16. Bumrah's on 8 for 144 India. Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls and forward a big, purposeful step down the pitch from Bumrah. And he defends onto the offside. There's still 3 slips, a gully, a point, a mid-off and a mid-on. Those around the centre wicket block here at Perth Stadium. There's also a wideish fine leg. I'm enjoying the battle here.
Yes, it's been good fun. Often, when the lower order batters are batting, you see some shots which you don't expect, and when they come off, like the 6 that we saw from Jasprit Bumrah, it is good fun to watch.
Hazelwood at the top of his mark. Slacker members behind him. He's away from us, the right arm, and over the wickets and forward. And Bumrah's edged, and he's been caught by Terry, diving across to his right. Bumrah departs for 8. He decided he was going down blazing. The tame dismissal, unfortunately for the Indian captain, at the end. He's out. Caught Carey bowled Hazelwood for 8. India 9 for 144 now.
Yes, and I think the tea interval will be delayed by another half an hour because 9 wickets down. But he stretched too far outside the off-stump. Bumrah, he'd been playing really well, whatever little opportunities he had playing down, but this one was outside the off-stump. He's done his bit, you could say. 8 of 8 deliveries, 144 for 9, and number 11, Mohammad Siraj, comes into bat. I think it gives Hazelwood the opportunity to get a fifer.
Hazelwood figures, by the way, Rick. What's he got there? 13 overs into the over, by the way. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for, what's that, 24? 29, sorry. Obviously need to go to my glasses when I read your very, very small handwriting. It's very impressive. Sonny's about to depart. Always great to have him with us. Wonderful that he can be back for another summer of Test match cricket on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sports Digital, and the ABC Listen app. If you'd like to send us a text, give us your thoughts. 0467 920 222. With 9 wickets down, we're going to hang on for tea. I'll extend this session to see if the Aussies can wrap up the India innings.
9 wickets is 9 catches, in fact.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's why we pay you the small to middle-ish bucks, Rick. 9 catches. No run-outs. We haven't seen the stumps dislodged in any way, shape or form. As Pat Cummins has got the ball. Siraj is out there, but it's Kumar Reddy who'll face the first ball from this Cummins over. He's in. And Siraj Reddy steps back and plays it nicely out through a vacant cover point. Into the deep, and they'll take themselves a couple coming back for an easily strolled 2. So he'll continue to farm the strike here, Nitish Kumar Reddy. He's 37, 9 for 146. As Darren Lehman joins us again behind the microphone here on Grandstand Cricket.
Afternoon, Clint. Afternoon, listeners. Yeah, it's been an eventful day, isn't it? Something happening pretty much every over.
It's been a fascinating day's watch. Certainly a great day. If you're cheering for the Australians, there's a lot to like about what they've done. Cummins over the wicket. Oh, big swing, a wild pull shot. It's up into the air from the Nitish Kumar Reddy, and it's been dropped by Khawaja. Coming in from mid-wicket. He raised his eyes up to the sun for a moment. I think he's lost it in the sun. And he puts the catch down. Now, Kumar Reddy had already started to walk back towards the Indian dressing rooms. He'd given up, he turned, he was halfway down, and with his hands above his head, Usman Khawaja had it, settled, dropped it.
That was very kind of you, really.
Trying to be nice. Cummins again bowls and clubbed straight back past him by Kumar Reddy. That's 4. Bashing that along the ground through long off. Knowing what a dreadful fielder I was, at every opportunity I have some thoughts for the guys out there when they hear that, ooh, as the crowd is prepared, they know what might be coming. The sun is setting on that side. That's the 150 up, by the way. 9 for 150. Nitish Kumar's 41. Siraj yet to get off the mark.
Reddy is now top scorer for the Indies.
What are the sundries at? 11. Here again is Cummins. And another aggressive shot. Pull shot from Kumar Reddy. Going out after it a second time. It's taken this time by Usman Khawaja. A much tougher catch. And he actually does indicate, oh, maybe I saw that one. As he raises one hand to the skies. Had to travel about 30 metres to get there. Slid in the process of catching it. Completed the catch, and that's the end of the India innings. Nitish Kumar Reddy out for 41. Caught by Khawaja from the bowling of Cummins. India all out for 150, and that's after they won the toss and elected to bat. We'll go through a call of the card in just a moment. But first, thoughts from Darren Lehman.
Well, one very happy Usman Khawaja to get a reprieve 2 balls later. But Australia will be very happy after losing the toss. India winning and batting, and very, very polished bowling performance by the Australians. Probably Patrick Cummins, the most expensive of the Australians, 2 for 67, but all in all, they were great. I thought Mitchell Stark was excellent with the new ball, made them play early, and that's what you got to do. Got the length right, made them drive. And Hazelwood, with Josh Hazelwood, he's been excellent for the whole summer, 4 for 29. Mitch Marsh chimed in with a couple just straight after lunch, which put him at 6 for 73 and in danger of them getting bowled out for, early 100s. And then they somehow fought with Misho Pant in 37, and Kumo Reddy looked pretty good then to get 41. They managed to get it up to 150, well short of what looks like a pretty good track, to be honest. Australia will be very happy with that bowling performance and fielding performance. I thought they caught really well behind the wickets. In particular, I was going to say Adam Gilchrist, Alex Carey, he was excellent, but all the slippers took some good catches there, sharp. One of the disappointing things for me was India playing too far in front of the body and trying to hit the ball down the ground and fight the bounce of the Perth Stadium. The pitch has got some pace and carry. You've got to let it come. You'll be able to leave the ball. I think that's what Australia will do this afternoon. They'll try and make them bowl plenty of overs. They're well ahead of the game now, Australia. They've got a 2.5-hour session to bat. So Nathan McSweeney, debutant 4-6-7, gets his chance to actually do what he wants to do. Play for Australia, wear the baggy green. He'll put a helmet on for sure, because Jasprit Bumrah is one of the best bowlers in the world, and they'll need him to be on fire, India, to get some wickets and get back into the game. But all in all, Paddy Cummins and his team will be very happy.
Our tea interview has become even more timely, I would put it that way. More on who that is in just a few seconds. Let's have a little look at the card. Here's how it all panned out, as we heard Darren Lehman saying again at the toss. India decided that they would bat, making a number of changes to their side, and they had 2 players on debutant as well. Really keen to see the 22-year-olds. He has been terrific. Yashasvi Jaiswal was out for a duck, faced just 8 balls. He was caught by Nathan McSweeney, his first genuine involvement in international test cricket. He was in the gully from the bowling of Stark. It was at the start of the 3rd over, facing 8 balls, as I said. 1 for 5 early on. Devdutt Padikkal was out for a duck as well. It was 2 for 14, caught by the wicketkeeper Carey from the bowling of Hazelwood. Had a 23-ball duck, Padikkal. And then Virat Kohli was out for 5, caught by Khawaja off the bowling of Hazelwood. 5, just facing 12 balls for Virat Kohli. 3 for 32. And that, for the statisticians among you, brought up 500 wickets for Nathan Lyon, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood as a bowling group. KL Rule was out for 26, caught by Carey off the bowling of Stark. It was an interesting one, this. It was originally deemed to be not out. The Aussies decided to review it. It was sent upstairs. There was enough on Snicko for the 3rd umpire, Illingworth, to decide that it was out, so he was on his way for 26. 4 for 47 at lunch. India 4 for 51. And then they didn't add too many more runs with the next 2 batters. Unfortunately for them, Dhruv Jurel was departing for 11, caught Labuschagne from the bowling of Marsh. 5 for 59. Washington Sundar was out for 4, caught Carey again from Mitch Marsh's bowling. 6 for 73. Rishabh Pant put on 37 before he was caught by Smith at 2nd slip from the bowling of Pat Cummins. 7 for 121. Harshit Rana was out for 8. A remarkable catch in the slips. McSweeney had a go, got a hand to it, couldn't catch it, looked to have dropped it, but then helping him out was Marnus Labuschagne just behind him. Great way to finish from there at 4 slip off the bowling of Hazelwood. So he was departing for 7. Then Bumrah was out for 8, caught by Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood. Nitish Kumar Reddy, the last to go, was dropped a ball or 2 earlier from Khawaja. He made no mistake the second time, attempted pull shot, skied up in the air. Khawaja made plenty of ground to take the catch just away from a deepish mid-wicket from the bowling of Pat Cummins. So he was out, Nitish Kumar Reddy, for 41 from 59 deliveries, hit 6 fours and 1 6 in his innings. Mohammad Siraj, the not-out bat, he didn't face a ball. He was not out without scoring. Of the bowlers, Mitchell Stark, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. The most successful with wickets. Hazelwood, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 29. Pat Cummins took 2 for 67 with 2 maidens from 15.4 overs. Mitch Marsh, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. And Nathan Lyon, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. India repeating all out for 150 from 49.4 overs. The Australians will be back out there in the middle very shortly, and we'll get to see Australia's newest debutant, Nathan McSweeney, will be heading out there with Usman Khawaja. Test player 467 from Queensland originally, now with South Australia. The 25-year-old will be striding out into the middle of Perth Stadium on debut very shortly with bat in hand. But let's repeat, India all out for 150 on day one of the first test. Let's pause here at Perth Stadium and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News. Hello, I'm Simon Lauder. Police in Laos have confirmed they've detained and questioned the owner of a backpackers hostel where two young Australians were staying before they fell violently ill from methanol poisoning. Southeast Asia correspondent Lauren Day reports from Bangkok.
The ABC has now confirmed that the owner of the Nana Backpackers Hostel, where Bianca Jones and Holly Bowles were staying and where they started their night with free drinks last Monday, has been detained for questioning by police in Laos. He earlier told the ABC the poison drinks did not come from his bar and that he'd done nothing wrong. The death toll from the suspected mass methanol poisoning event now stands at 5 after a 28-year-old British woman died in hospital following the deaths of Australian Bianca Jones, 2 Danish women and an American man. 19-year-old Holly Bowles remains on life support in Thailand.
US President Joe Biden has labelled an international criminal court arrest warrant for the Israeli Prime Minister outrageous. The ICC says it's issued an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu and his former defence minister over alleged war crimes in Gaza. ICC member states, including Australia, are now obliged to detain Mr Netanyahu if he visits. The chair of the British Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee, Emily Thornberry, says if he visits the UK, he should be arrested.
We support the International Criminal Court. It's an independent court. If it has decided that there is a case for him to answer and that warrants should be issued, then as signatories, we ought to be arresting him, yeah.
Health insurance provider Bupa says it's shocked and disappointed its contract with a major hospital provider has been terminated over a dispute about fees. Paige Coburn reports.
Today, Healthscope, which runs almost 40 private hospitals in Australia, announced it would tear up its contracts with Bupa and the Australian Health Services Alliance. The alliance represents multiple funds, including Defence Health and Nurses and Midwives Health. The decision comes after failed negotiations over a proposed hospital service fee, which Healthscope wants to charge insurers. It says the fee is necessary to stop more private hospitals from closing. Bupa assured its members there will be no immediate changes to their cover, and it will work to reach a solution with Healthscope before their contract ends next February.
A conference in Hobart for Antarctic researchers has urged societies to bend the carbon curve to avoid catastrophic sea level rise. Adam Holmes reports.
More than 450 polar scientists gathered in Hobart this week to discuss research into Antarctica and the Southern Ocean. It has concluded with a statement from early career researchers highlighting the importance of understanding how Antarctica's complex ecosystems are changing due to climate change. Oceans researcher Dr. Natalia Ribeiro from the University of Tasmania says the pace of change is concerning.
What is caught the eye of many different disciplines is the acceleration of these changes.
In recent years, the region has experienced unprecedented heat waves and record low levels of sea ice.
The company which owns Facebook and Instagram says the federal government's plan to ban social media for children under 16 has been rushed and is out of step with Australians. Parliament is currently considering legislation for the ban, which would apply to social media apps including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok and Snapchat, but not other media platforms such as YouTube and gaming apps. Meta says it's not clear how it would be implemented. A county court judge says rare circumstances have led him not to imprison the driver responsible for a fatal crash in northern Victoria, which killed a child and an unborn baby. Charmaine Manuel reports.
27-year-old Crystal Kemp pleaded guilty to 2 dangerous driving charges after she failed to stop at an intersection near Shepparton and hit 2 cars. Kemp's 5-year-old niece was in the back seat and died at the scene. The driver of another car, who was 35 weeks pregnant, had returned from a medical appointment where she was told she was going to give birth to a healthy boy. Her baby was delivered stillborn. The court heard Kemp suffered from serious mental and physical conditions after the crash and depended on others for care. Judge Cheddle said there were limited opportunities for treatment in prison. She was sentenced to a community corrections order.
Australia is in a strong position late in the second session of the first day of the first cricket test against India at Perth Stadium. After losing 4 wickets in the first session, Rishabh Pant and Nitish Kumar Reddy steadied the ship for India, putting on 48 runs for the 7th wicket. Pant eventually fell for 37 as India were reduced to 8 for 128. Josh Hazlewood has been the pick of the Australian bowlers with 3 wickets.
The Australian Open tennis returns.
Join ABC Sport courtside January 12th for the Australian Open Tennis on ABC Sport Digital, and take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand cricket.
Hi, I'm Marnus Labuschagne. I'm Nathan Lyon.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Summer never sounded so good.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
Clint Wilden with you at Perth Stadium. India all out for 150 in its first innings. It's tea on day one of the first test of this 5-test series to decide the Border Gavaskar Trophy. India resumed after lunch at 4 for 51. And Australia's morning session just grew in how important it had been, with Mitch Marsh opening up after the lunch break and taking 2 wickets.
Marsh Woods.
And his edge been taken behind the stump of Mitch Marsh. He is turning it on. Washington Sundar is still hanging in there, doesn't want to go, but he's got to go, and Marsh picks up another. What a stellar role he's playing here. Gets to 50 wickets in Test match cricket. This is an outstanding role for Mitch Marsh.
Certainly enjoyed watching him, one of the hometown favourites here, Mitch Marsh. And the Aussies could have had Kumar Reddy dismissed, but they elected not to review it.
Never really tell until both sides have batted. Stark bounding in, and this has come off awkwardly to Carey. What was the noise? The umpire is unmoved. Carey's jogging forwards towards Stark. Pat Cummins moves in. The time is ticking down. 2 seconds. 1 second. Timed out. No review.
This will be close, I reckon.
Oh, now that looks like it's glove, Buff.
Yep, that looked like glove.
It was indeed glove. He would have been out, the replay showed us. He went on to make 41. Meantime, Punt threatened a rearguard action before he was dismissed for 37. Cummins is in, edging caught! Straight to second slip. Steve Smith reaches the arms up at a roundabout shoulder height, and he completes the catch, and that's a great wicket for the Australians. That was a great wicket. What was a ridiculous wicket was the next one. Harshit Raina on debut, caught by Labuschagne, but he, needed a bit of help on the way through as Raina went out for 7. Hazlewood again is away from us. It's played into the ground, and it's dropped. No, it's been caught. That is remarkable. It's been knocked up into the air by full slip, and the catch has been completed by third. Tapped up, McSweeney went diving across, knocked it into the air, and then the catch has been completed, coming across by Labuschagne in the slips. It took 2 of them to get him out. Unbelievable. It was indeed. Jasper Burman went for 8 as well, and then Nitish Kumar Reddy, the last batter to be dismissed, was out for 41. Kawadra put him down one occasion, a simpler catch, but he covered some ground to take the second catch before he saw Kumar Reddy out for 41, 6 fours and 1 6. 150 they scored as India lost 6 for 99 in that session. Welcome to Grandstand at 2. You might remember a few weeks ago on Summer Grandstand, we learned about Nathan McSweeney's granddad. Doesn't miss a ball. He travelled up to Mackay and the MCG to watch Nathan McSweeney play.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a ball, granddad. So yeah, he was very happy when I made sure he was sitting down before I gave him a call, because he might have fell over. So I told him that I'd been kicked, and he said, well, I better save some more money so I can head to Perth. And I said, I might be able to shout you this one, Granddad. So yeah, I can't wait for the week ahead.
I reckon that's one of the quotes of the summer. I might be able to shout you, Granddad. Good stuff from Nathan McSweeney. Now, Darren Lehman's discovering that to work for ABC Sport, you have to be versatile. So we've sent him out into the crowd to have a chat with someone that he knows very, very well.
Well, thanks, Clint. I've got with me one of the men of the day, actually, Pop. Granddad.
Granddad.
Oh, I always thought it was Pop. I've got Nathan McSweeney's granddad with me today, and just going to talk about what Nathan's been up to over these 25 years. He's been a pretty special boy that you've followed right from the get-go. What's he like?
Great kid. Great kid. Yes, he is.
He is a good kid. I know him. I had an actual honour for all our listeners to actually present his cap today, and it's a proud moment for not only myself, but obviously Scott and Carol and the whole family. He came over to Perth and his mates from Norse, and it's just a big dream for him, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Really fantastic. I'm so proud that you actually presented his cap.
Oh, thanks, mate. That actually means a lot to me. But to all our listeners out there, what sort of bloke is Nathan, and what sort of player did he try and become as a youngster? Because I know you had a lot to do with the way he played.
No, his dad had a lot to do with how he plays. I was the one who actually kept getting hit in the shins because I wouldn't get away from the front of the stumps. So that I never wore pads, but I got a lot of.
And I know Scott had a lot, as you said, Scott had a lot to do with him more so than you, but, that goes down from grandfather to son. What sort of player was Scott, his dad?
I thought he was a good player. I never played cricket. I was a footballer, hence the head.
A footballer is in rugby or Aussie
Rugby
rules?
league. Rugby league.
Rugby league.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So now cricket's in the blood, and you with Norse all your career so far. Nathan's just gone from strength to strength as a player. He's had to make the transition from obviously Queensland to now South Australian captain, which we're all very proud of. I know you're proud of. He's been one of those guys that always wanted to represent Australia at the highest level. Was he always going to make it?
When he was 4, he told me, Granddad, he said, when I grow up, I'm going to play cricket for Australia. And I said, no, buddy. What do you mean to say you'd like to play cricket for Australia? He said, no, Granddad, I will play cricket for Australia.
When he was 4. And is it true his dad brought him a jersey, a Ricky Ponting jersey, at 6, and he wore it for about 6 years because he didn't grow out?
7 years, yeah, till he grew out of it. Yeah. And another thing with him, I was never allowed to take his kit for him. I'm in charge of the kit, Granddad. I've got to take it everywhere. So where the other kids were getting their parents to take their kit, never, ever.
I'd actually admire that about Nathan from the first day I met him. He's just one of those self-sufficient, making sure he asks the right question. His manners are impeccable, so that comes from not you, obviously.
No, mate, no. No, Mum and Dad.
And what are you most nervous about this week for him?
I just like him to be relatively successful when he goes out to bat. I think his nerves have been calmed with that catch he took this morning, which I think was great for him. But he's pretty good. He's pretty switched on kid.
Yeah, he's a very switched on kid, mate. You've done really well. The family's very proud of him, I know. He's got a long career ahead of him. He's just got to play his way and worry about that, I reckon.
Yeah, and I really, really appreciate what you guys did for him when the Heat won the Big Bash. You may not remember because you had a couple of sauces, but it was fantastic.
It was fantastic. We've just watched Nathan McSweeney make his way out into the middle. Test player 4-6-7 for Australia. He's at the non-strikers end. It's going to be Usman Khawaja to face the first delivery. Here's Jasprit Bumrah, captain. Second time he's captained his nation in the absence of Rohit Sharma. Not with us because he decided to stay understandably back in India for the birth of his second child. He will be here, we understand, in the next day or so. So it's Usman Khawaja who will be on strike. There's 3 slips, a gully, a point. Fielder in close. So an extra cover. Short, mid-on. Forward square leg. Fielder. Let's say it's a wideish fine leg. Good crowd in. So we're about to get the Australian innings underway. Over 30,000 in attendance. So the biggest ever crowd for a day of Test match cricket in Perth. 30,745. Those wearing gold would have liked what they've seen. India rolled for 150. How do the Aussies respond? First ball. of their innings. Here's Jasper Boomerang away from us to Usman Khawaja. He plays it into the ground. He'll take a single off the very first ball, playing it out in a square leg. A big roar around the ground, and it will see the debutant on strike early. Darren Lehman has surged his way back into the box. Goodness me, you're showing some quick stepping to get in here, Darren. Well done.
Yeah, it was a nice interview. Terry and his family sat there for a little bit just to catch up with them after, see how they're travelling. This is when you get nervous as a parent. They'll be very nervous sitting up there in the stand here watching their son play. First thing to get off the mark. Usman Khawaja, hopefully he's backing up as well, because you just never know. And he's facing the best fast bowler in the world, or one of them. A few in this game, to be fair, but he's just going to be ready, sharp, because he's hard to face, hard to pick up early.
He won't be rushed either, which I like, because Boomerang was ready to go, and McSweeney wasn't prepared just to take his guard. He stepped back, and now he's ready. His first ball in Test match cricket. Nathan McSweeney waits. Boomerang away from us, and he bowls. And it's caught something on the way through. There's a half-hearted shout around the wicket. No bat on it. McSweeney just strides away calmly out towards square leg. It's it wrapped from the unorthodox delivery of Jasper Boomerang, getting it out of the way. He's just hit him just on where the pocket is on the way through. Just flicking the pocket of his pants.
Not a bad ball to get first up either. Tight line.
Welcome to Test matches. Boomerang away again to McSweeney, who leaves the ball well wide of off stump.
One thing I think you'll see a difference in play from the Australian team, the Indian team, they won't go as far forward and they'll leave a lot more balls. Especially the top order, when you get to, and Smith included, Marnus Labuschagne, but Head, Marsh and Carey, they'll just play the shots. But the top four will be more traditional. They'll just actually want them to bowl lots of overs and almost just like a surgeon take their time accumulating the runs.
McSweeney with bat held aloft. He waits again. Boomerang bowls, and he's beaten him. Half-hearted shout for a moment. It's another terrific delivery from Jasper Boomerang. They're not defending much in the first innings, as he's already with a couple of runs.
And that's what they have to do. Because Australia will let the ball go and score slower than India will, they'll have to make him play with a new ball, because obviously you only get one of them every 80 overs. So they'll have to make him play like that, and hopefully they can nick off a few of the top order batters for Australia.
Run for Khawaja. There's a no ball. Boomerang bowls, and forward is McSweeney and leaves high up and out of the way.
It's always a challenge. He's batted 3 and 4, thrust into opening. I think he's got the game for it, so I'm not too worried about that, having worked with him. It's a temperament to stay in, leave well, play down the ground, he'll wait for the odd short ball.
Still the three slips crouched down behind him. Boomerang shots away from us. This unorthodox action. He bowls and clipped away down leg side. And there his first runs, and it's a boundary. Played very fine. McSweeney's off the mark with 4 runs. The Aussies none for 6.
Well, that's what happens when you let the ball go. They try and bowl a bit tighter. Got it wrong, got it down leg side, just let it run off the face. Good play on the leg side of the ball. Nathan McSweeney. It's a good opening batter start, isn't it? We have that, missed the keeper, get forward. First boundary in Test match cricket.
Just helped it on its way. McSweeney's off the mark. And he leaves the next delivery from Boomerang again. Made sure that was well out of the way. That's the end of the over. 150 India got in its first innings. The Aussies none for 6. Khawaja is 1. McSweeney is 4. I'm jumping out. Alison Mitchell about to join you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC.
Your first runs in Test cricket? I mean, there's a bit to come after that, but...
I think it is. And against the quality of bowling of someone like Boomerang. Then you got Shiraz at the other end. I actually was really impressed with that over. Full stop. Boomerang made him play. He had to leave well, and that's what he does do. And that's what both these openers will try and do, as will Marnus Labuschagne, really blunt the Indian attack early. So India have to bowl the stumps, have to make Australia play and make use of their new ball. If they allow Australia just to let a lot of balls go, then it's only going one way for them. So they need to make them play.
India were all out for 150. Mohammad Siraj coming in from the Justin Langer stand. Khawaja gets up on his toes, drops it into the offside and calls McSweeney through for a quick single. And they're through safely. 3 slips in the gully, stationed behind Khawaja for that delivery by Mohammad Siraj, who opened the bowling at the famous Gabba test for India when they closed out that series win last time they were here, alongside Natarajan. Remember his name?
Yes,
he
there
was
you go.
Net bowler, wasn't he,
Yeah,
at the start of that series?
He was for a bit, wasn't he? And who was it? Was it Tucker?
Shardul Thakur, yeah.
Thakur.
So depleted were the Indian bowling ranks. They were a much changed side by the time they played that final test match in Brisbane. 3 slips down the gully for McSweeney. Siraj for the first time in a thick outside edge along the ground and out in through the gap between slips and gully. Out into the deep. He's back for 2. So the boundary down to fine leg was his first scoring shot in Test cricket off Bumrah. None for 9 Australia now.
And look at the advantage of obviously seeing where the Australian batsmen are playing. They're playing from well behind the crease. There's a real difference in mentality playing here in Perth from the Australian team to the Indian team. So Nathan let the ball come there. It was an outside edge, but went straight down in the gap for 2.
Here is Siraj again, right arm over to McSweeney. Again, I find off that outside edge, but soft enough hands that the ball's into the ground before it's fielded at gully. Yeah, the Indians we were talking about earlier kept coming forward, and therefore if a shorter ball came, Kohli fell to a ball that was back of the leg that really reared up, wasn't able to go anywhere, took the shoulder of the bat.
Well, Kohli in his prime, he's not playing like that. And, you know, I want to see him back in his prime because he's a world-class player.
I think for the spectacle of the series,
yes.
cricket fans worldwide enjoy seeing Kohli at his best. Here's McSweeney on debut. Siraj is in, allowing this one to go through to the keeper. Shoulders, arms, raises that bat high. Stiff breeze blowing from right to left. So from off to leg as McSweeney is facing Siraj here.
One of the things, Alison, is that in Test match cricket, you need your quicks to bowl a lot of overs as a batter. That's all sort of gone out of the game. You know, you need to get them into their fourth spell. That's when you do score quickly. So make them bowl a lot of overs early, and if you've got to chop a few balls, that's okay.
Siraj moves in under blue skies, outside edge, but it's gone through the slips, down to the boundary for 4. It went low. It went low, past Kohli. He had his hands there. Was it catchable high, or had it gone into the ground? It just dropped into the ground before it got to him. But a couple of times the edge of the bat found.
Yep. There's enough there, isn't there? But again, soft hands, not going at the ball like the Indian team did. But soft hands, a little bit lucky. Good bowling from Shiraz there. McSweeney a couple of boundaries. He'd be happy with that.
Sweeney on to 10, none for 13. Siraj turns at the end of his mark. 3 slips in the gully, have their hands on their knees, and they get ready as Siraj is in now. Strikes him on the pad without offering a shot. Siraj is beseeching the umpire. Bit of help from those behind the stumps. Doesn't feel as if there's a great amount of enthusiasm for a review. But the bowler always feels they're in with a chance when there's no shot offered. It's the end of the over. None for 13 then. McSweeney, 10 from 11 on his debut. Rick.
There have been now 252 different opening partnerships for Australia in Test history, and these 2 and 2 overs have made more than 49 of them already in aggregate. So there are 49 partnerships that haven't even scored 13 runs.
You're talking about on debut, their first partnership?
No, their total aggregate. They may have batted together more than once.
Now, let's see if this is a long-lasting partnership between McSweeney and Khawaja. That's how many more years Khawaja is able to keep playing for. He's just enjoying every test as it comes. Since his recall to the side during the Ashes series, he's turning 38 next month. But he's still hungry as ever, and when he's scoring the runs at the moment. Bumrah again, and it's Khawaja on strike. 3 slips in the gully. Bumrah over the wicket, tucks Off the hit by Khawaja. Out towards deep backward square. Fine leg moves in from the boundary and across to his right to field. A single taken.
Well, Usman just getting off the mark first ball of the over and let the young man do all the work.
You face Bumrah, I'll just sit down.
Yeah, I'll get there. Well, that's the art of batting. Get a single, get in the other end, you can't get in trouble. So
Too true.
he'll be happy with that. Just let the young man do all the work early. But it's a good positive start from Australia because you don't want to get him down either. I'll tell you what, Nathan McSweeney, he'll be getting giddy. 10 off 10 balls.
He's crouching over his bat. Holds it aloft now. Sees Bumrah approaching with that quirky action of his. It's outside the off stump. Looked as if he might have made a little trigger movement to play a shot, but doesn't in the end. Allows it to go through. Seems like he's quite a calm and composed character. You know him. I've met him a couple of times in the lead up to the series and a little chat this morning. But yeah, South Australia captain. His leadership credentials have been much talked about as well. But yeah, very calm.
Yeah, very calm. Good young man. He'll be talked about a lot. I think if he gets a start, he's one of those guys who can go on to bigger and better things.
Bumrah, short steps and then gets into his stride, deliveries. Oh, full struck on the pad. Calling again for the umpire. His teammates are all joining in. McSweeney just calmly walking away towards the square leg umpire. Leans on his bat handle. Bumrah now coming forward. Conversation with Pants as well.
Well, let's see whether it's pad first or not. This will be interesting. They've gone pad first.
They've asked for the review. So, big moment here for Nathan McSweeney on his debut. Is he out LBW to Bumrah?
I think he's hit it first.
The umpire to director.
Do you think he's hit it first?
Felt like there was a woody sound.
Yeah.
On field.
But whether it was pad first or back.
And it's a fair delivery.
He's confident he's hit it. So
Richard Illingworth is the third umpire whose voice you can hear there in the background. So has he got back there in time? What, struck him flush on the knee roll of the pad? He could be in trouble.
Is it in line?
Has he got his pad fractionally outside the line of the off stump? Would be the question. The first question.
Pitching outside off, impacted line.
He's gone. Ball tracking, he's projected that ball to go on to hit high on middle and leg. And Nathan McSweeney's debut test innings comes to an end. 10 runs to his name. India strike early. All out for 150 themselves. Australia 1 for 14.
Well, that's a good ball from Bumrah. That came back. That was a decent ball, and nothing wrong with the shot that Nathan McSweeney played. It seemed back. Did everything right. I thought he actually hit it, and he missed it by a fair way in the end, didn't he? We were a bit wrong. Well, I said it was wrong there. Good piece of bowling. Nip back a long way from Bumrah. That's what he can do. He hits the rope, and he's pretty happy with that. It was a good move from the Indian side. And that's the start thereafter. That certainly changes the complex of the game now with Bumrah. If he gets on fire, gets his wind up and crack open Marnus, and they can pick up Khawaja, then the game will be in fast forward because I'll tell you what will happen. Head, he doesn't die wondering. But all will be about Marnus Labuschagne.
He's galloping out to the middle, customary sidestepping and stretching. Labuschagne walking out with a sleeveless sweater on over a short-sleeved white test shirt, wielding that bat.
Tell you what he might do. He might let it go. If he nips bad like that, he might be in trouble, Marnus. That seemed a long way off the pitch. It hasn't done that all day, has it?
We haven't seen a lot of seaming.
Not like that.
Australian quicks.
I mean,
they bowled well, didn't they? Their lengths were the key.
Hazel got one to the left-hand opener. I think that was about it that really seemed. That's the biggest seam ball today.
Well, Bumrah is such a class act.
Well, and for our listeners, he released the ball so much more forward than the other bowlers. So by that I mean he's got a yard or two less to play the ball because it comes out of his hand so much further forward in his action. He's got a bit of a weird action. It's almost like a slingshot at the end.
Yeah, and the very straight leading front arm as well is the thing, isn't it? Some bowlers mostly cock that arm up and over the shoulder, but it almost comes at you like a punch, and then the two arms swing straight. Here is Labuschagne facing up then. 3 slips and the gully. Bumrah in with Australia 1 for 14. Bumrah over the wickets and Labuschagne comes forward, defends. Big call of weight, no. Making sure Khawaja Doesn't dart through for the single, and India are suddenly, they're up and about in the field, aren't they? You can hear the clapping and the calling. They know they've got to bring some energy to this bowling effort, as they've only got 150 runs on the board. They will also hope to prey on a few Australian weaknesses, if you like, and Marnus Labuschagne has not enjoyed the same rich veins of form of late as he has previously in his Test career. His last Test 100 was that at Old Trafford in the Ashes in 2023. Bumrah moves in outside the off-stump, edged, taken a second slip, or is it? It's been put down. Bumrah went rushing towards the slip cordon in celebration, but instead the motion is made, and is it Kohli?
It was Kohli.
He's put it down, a second slip. Bumrah has to walk back to the end of his mark. Now, how big a moment could this be? Coming high off the shoulder of the bats, catchable height for Kohli, and it's just built as he then fell forward, and that's why his teammates went running forward, because he had it in his hands. That's what they saw. And as they ran forward, Kohli fell forward and the ball came out of his hands. Bumrah in again to Labuschagne as a rising delivery, a lifter through to the keeper. What a testing little spell this is.
Oh, he's a superstar.
It's the over, 1 for 14. The Australian batters will just take a breath because McSweeney's out for 10 on debut, and Labuschagne should have been gone as well.
Well, Marnus needs a bit of luck, doesn't he? Back to the lucky days, maybe. The old days. He's got a good record here in Perth. Scored a lot of runs in the last, especially this ground. And you need a bit of luck. But that was an unbelievable over from Jasper Bumrah. It was high class, quick, had seam back in, had outswing, lift, had it all actually. No wonder he's number 1 in the world.
He's on song. Siraj, new over. In here to Khawaja, well wide outside the off stump. Through to Rishabh Pant it goes. Khawaja offers no shots.
That catch, that hurts. I mean, that's 2 for 14.
What did he do wrong for that to come out of his hand?
Well, I think it was almost like he was celebrating a little bit, wasn't it? He's a very good slipper. He's almost just tried to hold his hands there and almost rested on the ground, didn't he? Got rid of it. They're all happy.
Yeah, they went tearing off in celebration, only to see Kohli on his knees saying, no, hang on. Another one outside the off stump by Siraj, through to Bumrah. No shot offered by Khawaja. Well, not a happy test match so far for Virat Kohli, out for 5 earlier today. Hazelwood, and the ball to rise on him, came off the shoulder of the bat high to Khawaja at first slip. And now dropping Labuschagne on naught.
It's a big game changer because Marnus can chew up so many balls at the top of the order.
Here is Siraj. Right arm over, rushing in towards Khawaja. Again, that line outside the off stump. Khawaja doesn't offer a shot. 3 slips a gully. Point fielder moving in. Fine leg is back on the boundary. And a square leg, fraction in front of square, as well as mid-on and mid-off. Blue sky, the flags at high above this Perth Stadium are fluttering stiffly. In a breeze that can sometimes swirl around inside the stadium. Siraj turns at the end of his mark. Dark shadow beneath his feet. Gets his lush green outfield. In now to Khawaja again outside the off stump, and Khawaja not tempted. And through to Rishabh Pant it goes. Rishabh was outshone with the bat early, wasn't he? Nitish Reddy ending up the top scorer for India on his test debut, but Pant was entertaining.
He is entertaining, isn't he? Again, just not sure. Should he bat that high?
Rishabh?
Yeah.
He's coming in at 5.
5. Mind you, they've got some injuries. He probably has to.
Yeah, Dhruv Jurel.
Yeah.
In Washington Sundar and beneath him. Well, that's a better delivery, close to the edge of Khawaja's bat. Some excitement from Siraj in his follow-through, but no bat on ball. Taken by Rishabh Pant. Australia remain 1 for 14.
Well, it's all happening here. I mean, it's great test match cricket. And India know, really, if they don't, we're going to play the extra half hour, aren't we, tonight? So you think you're going to have 35 overs to bowl, or 30 roughly overs to bowl in the day, you're going to have Australia 3 or 4 down to be in the game.
Yeah, with only 150 behind you.
Yeah.
It's going to take a big bowling effort from those on debut as well. Siraj rushing in again. Khawaja plays defensively, beaten. Through to the keeper it goes. Another over where Australia not leaving the scoreboard. A maiden from Siraj. Khawaja on 3, Labuschagne 0 for the 3 balls he's faced so far, and McSweeney on his test debut, LBW to Bumrah for 10. Just say good morning to all those listening in the UK, Buff, because the ABC commentary is being picked up by 5 Live Sports Extra. People will be having breakfast coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning.
Lovely, enjoy your coffee there. Is it snowing over there at the moment?
It was earlier in the week.
Yeah. I spoke to the Northamptonshire groundsman. He said it was a bit cold. -1 or -2 at the moment. Well, welcome, morning. Enjoy your coffee. You deserve it if it's -1, because it's beautiful here. Blue skies, not a cloud going around the stadium.
Yeah, lovely temperature, not too hot. I'm sure that's also helped to get this big crowd in on day one, because a lot of the time the heat in Perth can put people off sitting through a whole day of Test cricket if they're not in the shady side of the stadium. New over then, Bumrah continuing. Over the wicket he goes, outside the off stumps, moving away from Labuschagne. Elaborate leave. But yeah, if you are just tuning in, whether from Australia or overseas, well, it's been an action-packed first 2 sessions. India bowled out before the tea break. We just went a fraction into that half hour, had an extra half hour before tea was taken, when that final wicket fell. But much talk about Virat Kohli, he made just 5. Jaiswal, exciting open at the top of the order, was out for a duck. Devdutt Padikkal also out for a duck. Bumrah moves in, outside edge, didn't quite carry again, it's a save. It's a dot ball in the slip cordon, 3rd slip this time, but Labuschagne a touch squared up. The outside edge found once again. KL Rahul doing the fielding. But not easy going at the moment against a bowler of Bumrah's class.
His control in his seam position is excellent. Glenn McGrath will have a better take than me, but if I'm watching that as a batter, I'm not sure whether it's going to nip back in or nip away or swing away.
Can't take your eyes off the action at the moment. Bumrah will skip into his delivery stride outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Labuschagne. Taken by Rishabh Pant. 1 for 14 in reply to India all out for 150. The top scorer, Nitish Reddy, on debut with 41, coming in at number 8. Behind that, Rishabh Pant. Their partnership of 48 for the 7th wicket was the best that India managed all innings. Josh Hazlewood finishing with 4 for 29 and 2 wickets each for Stark and for Cummins, and for Mitch Marsh as well, who took 2 on his return to bowling in international cricket. Labuschagne still yet to score. Bumrah is in, and that struck him on the pad. Bumrah is beseeching the umpire. No response again. Well, they've had one successful review that saw the end of McSweeney, but this time Bumrah's turned and he's walking back to his mark.
Bit high, probably, I reckon.
Much excitement from Bumrah.
He's a long way across there, doesn't he?
We'll get the ball tracking. He's right on his crease, could have been going over the bails. Labuschagne was dropped on naught by Kohli. Got his sunglasses on at 2nd slip. He puts his hands on his knees and gets ready for Bumrah to move in once again. Bumrah in now, bowls, and that's gone past Labuschagne. Didn't offer a shot, but flexed his hips to move his body and his waist out of the way as the ball travelled over the stumps to the keeper, Rishabh Pant. Here's the replay, Buff.
Yeah, just going over, wasn't it? Good. Sensible decisions by the bowler. That's why he's captain, probably, because you get emotional as a bowler, and to actually have the presence of mind to go, that's going over, that's a pretty good effort, I would think.
Yeah, sometimes in your own follow-through, it's not always easy to tell. Even Pat Cummins often rely on Nathan Lyon at points to make those decisions. Labuschagne is well beaten this time. Bumrah has his arms raised as if there was an edge, but there wasn't. Labuschagne putting forward defensively, but what an over from Bumrah. What a couple of overs from Bumrah. He's all class in Australia. 1 for 14. They're going to have to weather an early storm here. Khawaja on 3. Labuschagne yet to score, but McSweeney out for 10 on debut. We're having a double change here. Biffy and I are moving out, and Glenn McGrath is coming in alongside Jim Maxwell.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listener.
The tension is all over this test match. It's been that way since the start of the day when India decided to bat, and their innings never really got some momentum. Maybe went pant and few of the tail-enders were there, but they were all out for 150. Now Siraj starts a new over and Khawaja leaves it alone. So it's 1 for 14. The debutant is out for exactly 10. McSweeney, LBW to Bumrah on review. And he should have had Labuschagne 2 balls later, but Kohli spilt the chance in the slips. So India 150, out of which Hazelwood took 4 for 29. Siraj goes in, Khawaja back and cross, defending on the onside. So down the Indian board, Jaswal a duck, Padikal a duck. Kohli 5, caught Khawaja, bowled a Hazelwood, tried to leave, the ball bounced, hit the edge, well caught by Khawaja. Then Rahul out for 26 on DRS review, caught behind. Jurel caught Labuschagne, bowled Marsh 11. Washington Sundar as he bowls again, short, and it's pulled away mightily by Khawaja, tugs it out towards the backward square boundary, into the shadows and the scoreboard beyond, and it's gone bouncing off for the security fella to tidy up. 4 runs to Khawaja. So Washington Sundar made 4, but Pant out for 37, Reddy 41, Rana 7, Bumrah 8, Siraj not out. 11 extras, 150 all out. Marsh 2 for 12, Cummins 2 for 67, and Stark 2 for 14 on top of Hazelwood's 4 wickets. So Siraj tries again, and Khawaja leaves the ball outside the off stump. So Bumrah full of power, pace, and penetration, Glenn McGrath. Exciting to watch.
Yeah, g'day, Jim. G'day, listeners. Yeah. Oh, it is. It looks like he's going to take a wicket every ball.
Yep.
And when you're comparing the pace between Mohammad Siraj here and Jasprit Bumrah, it's only sort of 4 or 5 kilometres difference, but it looks like completely different bowlers out there. And, yeah, well, India need to really bounce back and fight back here. And no better person than the captain.
Yep.
In Bumrah to do it.
Around the wicket now, Siraj comes in. 2 slips in the gully, 3 in the gully rather, and he leaves the ball alone. The release point is extraordinary.
Yeah.
Have you seen a fast bowler with that forward release point like Bumrah?
Yeah, and sort of because he really braces that front leg and he's got a short delivery strike, but just powers through that last step. He just comes in slow and then powers through the crease. But his release point, I think, is a lot closer to the batsman than most other bowlers because of the way he really goes through the crease and over that front leg. So, yeah, there's a lot working in his favour. He puts everything into every ball. Looks tough on the body.
Siraj pitches up, driven away. And they only get a single out there. So 1 for 19. McSweeney out for 10. Khawaja is on 8. And Labuschagne yet to score. And Kohli got a low chance and grasped it. Second ball from Labuschagne off Bumrah.
Yeah, no, it was a catch that should have been taken, and unfortunately for Bumrah and for Kohli just never looked like he had it. Just got a bit through his hands and popped out the back, and that's a big moment. Can Labuschagne make them pay? But
He's not on strike at the moment. I think you'll be quite happy there. Yeah. It's very much a new ball wicket, especially from this northern end here. It seems to be doing a little bit more, carrying through better. A lot of the wickets for the Australian team were taken up here as well. So, but Bumrah definitely the danger man. He's bowled 3 overs. Should have had 2 wickets. The Australians will want to try to keep him out for the next 4 or 5 overs. It's going to be a tough ask though.
And if you want to be Jasprit Bumrah, you need to live in an apartment that doesn't have a very long passage hallway. Because that's how he learned to bowl, apparently. You'll see him goes diddle, 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 and now he gets into his run for about 4 strikes, and Khawaja beats him. It's really extraordinary. He and Wasim Akram, I suppose, had a similar short run, but he really doesn't get into stride until about 4 or 5 paces from the wicket, and then the ball leaps at the batsman, as it did then, past the outside edge.
Yeah, unbelievable, that straight arm that he has, and then it comes out of the wrist so well. But I think because he just doesn't run in fast, it doesn't give the impression that he's going to bowl quick, and then all of a sudden, it's through you. And like you said, Wasim Akram was very much like that, just powered through the crease.
It's like a slingshot coming out of his hand. 3 slips the gully, wait, he goes in and Khawaja is back and takes it well off his body, knocking it down on the onside in front of the square. So we had the final crowd number for today, Rick, and all your stats. We must have got 30,000 here today. A record crowd of any sort for a first day of a test match in Perth.
It's just showing progress here, 30,745, not final year.
Oh, well, that's pretty good. Well, it's the best.
There's only been one other crowd here at Perth Stadium of over 20,000. That was the very first day of the 2018-2019 series.
1 for 19. Around the wicket, it's Bumrah. Sliding in, bowling quickly. Khawaja plays with excellent defence, tucking in behind it. It's just every now and then there's a missile coming at the batsman with a bit of bounce, maybe a bit of movement too. He gets some movement as he did to McSweeney when he had him trapped LBW. It was on review, and umpire Kelbra doesn't normally miss, but on that occasion it was pretty clear the ball was going to hit 7/8 of the way up the middle stump. But it came back into the right-hander, who missed it, and McSweeney, after a couple of boundaries, was on his way. Now here he comes, around the wicket again. Bumrah goes in, Khawaja back and edging, and he's caught it, second slip this time. It's taken by Kohli as he pushed at that, took the edge. Khawaja is out. Caught in the slips. Magnificent bowling by Jasprit Bumrah, and Australia loses its 2nd wicket with the score on 19. It's been superb bowling, and the wicket falls with a smart, safe catch taken there, and Khawaja on his way back for 8. Australia 2 for 19.
It's all happening. Like I said before, Jasprit Bumrah looks like he's going to take a wicket every single ball he bowls. Unbelievable spell here. The Australians not sure what to do. Steve Smith coming out now in his normal position, number 4. He needs to do something, but Bumrah here, how are they going to combat him? He's just on fire. His confidence is up, tails up, and he's bowling incredibly well.
Yes, so I suppose you could say that Australia's opening batting situation hasn't really been resolved with what we've seen today, but the bowl has been extraordinarily good.
Yeah, it's hard to judge just on one, and especially on this pitch with the way Bumrah's bowling at the moment. I don't think it would matter who was batting there today, anywhere from anyone in world cricket at the moment. It's an unbelievable spell.
Bumrah on heat. Steve Smith arrives, and we've still got how many more overs today, Rick? Trying to work out the numbers on that board.
It says 34 up there.
34 more, but 10 to 6 is the sort of number we're looking at, isn't it?
I think so. I think
for the end of the day.
Some today.
So good luck, 34.
We won't get that. So it's now just after 4 o'clock. So we've still got a lot of play left, and still a chance for India to rip into Australia's middle order here. And if Bumrah keeps bowling like this, they might. Smith takes guard. He's ready. Bumrah is on his way. Bowls to Smith. Smith back. He's hit on the pad. How's that? Out. First ball. LBW. Plum in front. Richard Kettleman's finger went up straight away. Smith's looking optimistically, hopefully, at Labuschagne. What can you give me? Nothing. He's on his way. I don't think, as much as there are a reviewer that Smith might be, that one was ever going to help him in any way. He was back and across, and it appeared to hit him absolutely plumb in front. And it's hit him on the left pad in front of the stumps. I think that was Channel 9 pins or whatever. It was going to knock him over. 3 for 19 Australia. 13 wickets today.
Well, unbelievable, isn't it? We said Bumrah looks like he's going to take a wicket every ball. There's 2 in a row. But Smith there didn't get forward. Ball just skidded into his pad. And you know when they think they're out because they don't review this day and age. They review every LBW, but that one there, absolutely dead. Hitting the middle of middle stump.
Yep. So, alas for Smith, but happily for my alma mater, the primary club. That's another $10, boys. I'm sorry about that. Boys and girls who are members of the primary club, every Australian primary is a $10 donation. So, I'm sorry to say this, but thanks, Steve Smith, for all of that. But Bumrah has now got, what does he get, 3 for 7.
3 for 7 and a drop catch.
Jeez.
And Marnus is still out there. Could have quite easily been 4. Australia could be in, well, they're in serious trouble now, but it could have been even worse. So, yeah, Travis Head, he's the guy I sort of picked as he's going to score a lot of runs this series, so this is going to be a test for him. He needs to do something here. Australia need to somehow turn this around.
Well, we were talking and speculating about the potential of a very close and exciting series. I think we're seeing it, aren't we? India only made 150, but all of a sudden 150 doesn't look hopeless with Australia 3 for 19. Bumrah on the hat-trick. He runs in. Head is trying to whip it away. He's taken on the pad and a bill for LBW. What did it brush as it went through?
Inside edge.
Yeah. Well, there was a big shout from behind, and Bumrah went close, I guess you could argue, to getting that hat-trick with a ball spearing in on the stumps near the line of the leg stump. But a feather on the ball meant that he avoided the hat-trick, and it completes the over. And it is showing us on the scoreboard Bumrah's fastest speed, 143 k's. And he is certainly deadly at the moment. He's got 3 wickets, and he had Labuschagne dropped by Kohli, second ball.
Yeah, it's 143 kilometres, but I think it's nearly quicker than that. He does release a ball a lot closer to the batsman, probably about sort of a foot closer to the batsman than any other bowler, and it really skids on, so it's probably feeling closer to 150 than 140. So it's yeah, unbelievable spell here.
Highest number of wickets to fall on the first day of any test here. Previously was 6, but we've lost 13 already today.
Previously 6?
Yes.
Because Australia batted in all those matches.
Australia won the toss in all the matches. They batted in all the matches, and 6 wickets was the most they lost on any first day.
Jeez.
On any day of the test match here, the record was 13, or is 13 wickets, which is currently the situation here.
Rana takes over from Siraj. He runs in and bowls outside the off stump. And Labuschagne, who's mainly a master of leaving the ball, found it coming back at him and maybe just out or over the line of the off stump. So Rana's a bustling right arm, medium fast bowler, and that did come back, but it was still outside the line as it passed through. Labuschagne, he's in the leaving groove, but he might like to score a run at some point. 0-0 Head and Labuschagne. Australia rickety, 3 for 19. Rana bowls it, and it's a bouncing ball outside the off stump. Goes through about shoulder height as Labuschagne drops everything out of harm's way. So, as I say, you've still got an hour and 40 minutes of play here, and it's conceivable that Australia will be further in the mire if Bumrah keeps bowling hand grenades at them in the way he's done so far. We're in just the 8th over, and this is a worse situation than India were in this morning. 3-4-19 Australia. Rana comes up, Labuschagne pushes, he's taken on the body, squared up, and the ball rolls quietly away in front of him. But another points decision ball getting through the batsman's defence, shuffling, pushing, looking for the ball, and it took him high up, going down the leg side.
Well, it's very much a new ball wicket. We saw when Australia bowled that first hour or so, it was nearly unplayable. Balls were moving and carrying through. Then after lunch, it seemed to settle down a little bit. But yeah, Australia really need to weather the storm here.
Rana runs in, Labuschagne knocks it away with one hand off the bat on the onside. So it's certainly a new ball wicket, folks. When you look at the comparative scores, Australia 3-4-19 and India were 3 for 32 and then 4 for 47, 5 for 59, 6 for 73, a flurry 7 for 121, 8 for 128, 9 for 144, all out for 150. There was only one catch taken in front of the wicket. That was the last one. All the rest were taken off nicks into the slips of the keeper. Rana comes up, Labuschagne lets it go and hits him on the body. He's like a boxer on the ropes. He allowed that to hit him in front of the stumps, but clearly the bounce was going over.
No, he's been getting a bit seamed back here, Rana, too. So I think no one pitched and seamed and came back. So it's all happening. They say a good game's a quick game. This has definitely been a quick game so far.
Lots of prodding at the pitch from the non-striker Travis Head, who's almost down towards Labuschagne's end of the pitch as he goes poking away there, and India wait with a little bit of expectation. It could be a nick, could be an LBW. Rana runs up, Labuschagne pushes him, he's beaten outside the off stump. Went straight through him. It is all happening, as the great man said. 3 for 19, a maiden over from Rana as he came into the attack. But it's Bumrah who's doing the damage. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 7. And he's going to come up and bowl again, I think. Yes.
You reckon?
Why not?
At least he doesn't have to ask the captain for another one. I think the captain would want him to keep bowling. And when you're the captain, I guess you just keep bowling, Jim. Is that the way it works?
That's the way it works, yes. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. You can send a message on 0467920222, and there are a few here. One for Glenn to ponder, but the cricket's a bit compelling at the moment. I might just stick with that. 4 slips are there. Bumrah around the wicket, and he getting a run or two here. Travis Head flicks it away to the onside. Just a single out to mid-wicket. So a run, 3 for 20. And the question is, would I be able to ask a question to Glenn? Yes, I was wondering how many kilometres he would have covered in a day when he was out in the field. Between bowling and fielding in the Adder, I can only imagine it would be quite a few.
Yeah, you sort of always wondered that question, but a few years back, I think the Australians put GPSs on the bowlers, and I think if they bowled around 22 to 25 overs a day, they said they were covering around about, I think, 35 kilometres a day.
Woo!
So it's not running all at once. It's all short, from fine leg to bowling to running around the field. So they covered a fair bit of territory. So I wouldn't put my house on that, but I think that's what I heard. We can try to clarify that from the powers to be within the Australian team, but they do cover a lot of territory.
Bumrah bowling and bouncer, ducked. by Labuschagne as he goes through to the keeper. And then there was always the captain who said, well, thanks, Glenn, for those 10 overs. Go down to fine leg, and at the end of the over, he send you down to fine leg at the other end. And then back to fine leg again. Which one did that? Was that Tubby?
No, I didn't do that too often. It was only if you're really in the bad books, go from fine leg to fine leg. And if there was a right-hand, left-hand combination, then you're going from left to right. You cover plenty of territory. Whereas the batsman standing at first slip.
Here's Bumrah outside the off stump. It's left to Galone by Labuschagne. I'm worried looking at this that Labuschagne's going to lose his off stump in a moment, letting one go.
Yeah, he's pretty good at leaving generally, but Bumrah here, he's hitting the seam, and some are sort of moving away, and others are coming back in to that off stump, to the stump. So, yeah, he's a handful at the moment.
What a magnificent bowler. He is looking like every other bowler's going to get a wicket at the moment. He has 3 wickets. Australia 3 for 20. He comes sidling in again and bowls a bouncing ball that hits him amidships. I think that hit him in the tummy as he tried to avoid it. He was tugging away at his sweater. But he's prepared to wear them. If they're not full, he's not going to play. Just lets them hit him.
I think he's leaving on length here.
Yeah.
So
this reminds me of when he last played India here. I think he was doing this a lot, wasn't he? He got runs, but he was wearing a lot of them because he just made the call that, okay, if I can't hit it, I'm going to let it hit me. 3 for 20. Bumrah. That sidling run, he comes in and slings it, and he lets it go again just outside the off stump. Bowl him a Yorker.
Well, that one was fuller, and it seemed to just leave Labuschagne off the pitch. So he's at the moment he's picking the right ones, but just watching Bumrah here, and his action is very unique. It's not something you would teach kids to sort of run in. Not a long run up, just slowly builds up, and then the last few steps, just everything into it. Most bowlers wouldn't be able to do it, wouldn't be able to sustain it, but Bumrah's found a way that works for him, and very successful at it.
Here he comes, a little tittering stride, then he lets it go accurately. That is played by Labuschagne, uses his bat and keeps it out. Oh, take a deep breath. That's the end of the over. It's 3 for 20, time for me to go. Glenn Wheeldon's coming in and he's joining Glenn McGrath.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Test cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener, your home of cricket.
There is an enormous buzz around this ground at the moment. Glenn McGrath went for a wander upstairs, up to the top deck. The place is heaving at the moment.
Oh, yeah, it's all happening. And normally India have a very big following when they travel around. A lot of Indian fans and a lot of noise. So I don't see as many here today. I think Melbourne and Sydney you'll get big crowds.
Start of another over. Back and slashing away at Deese's head. And he gets that through a wide third for 4. Rana would be less than impressed, but it was dealt with, dispatched to the rope for a boundary.
And that's a good thing about Travis Head. If he's going to spend a lot of time out there, he's going to score. He doesn't sort of try to build an innings on the fence. He's happy to attack. You know, he's got a lot more confidence after the experience that he's had in the Australian team, both at the shorter version and at Test level. So I think he's a different player now. He's confident in his position, the way he plays, his game. So this now he has to put his hand up now. Australia, we're in a bit of trouble. They need someone to really sort of take the bull by the horns and get that scoreboard ticking over and release that pressure a little bit.
He's not leaving with that sort of delivery. Runner again to Head, who slashes once more. It's on the bounce, straight to Gully, who turned the head, flicked back immediately. Been a nervous moment just for a second, I reckon, as Jaiswal does the fielding, the young man in there. Again, determined to play those shots. Travis Head, he's on 5, 3 for 24 it remains.
Yeah, just have to make sure he picks the right one. That one was coming back into his off stump. Got a little bit tight, but good enough to keep it out.
slips. Gully and then a deeper gully. And a point. Runner bowls.
Oh, don't bowl there.
Flicks that up in the air. It was rising past him and then he sent that a long way towards the boundary rope. It's gone backward of points. We're going to have a long look at this. Wasn't too far away. It bounced just inside. We still haven't got the official signal from the umpire. Checking on it. If it's going to be up and it's going to be short and wide of off stump, Travis Head is going to have an almighty go at it. And he's done so on this occasion.
Yeah,
it is full.
No, you don't bowl there to Travis Head. That was short and wide, just asking to be put away. And straight away they put a man back, sort of a squarish third down there. He does score a lot of runs down there. He's happy to sort of throw the bat at it. I wonder if it's a bit of a plan. They'll try another short wide one.
Tempt him into it. Have a go at this, Travis. We're still waiting to see it's official.
And a no ball.
And a no ball as well. No ball and the 4 runs. Handy for the Australians. Every run counts at the moment. Moved to be 3 for 29. Head is 9. He's on strike again. Rana is into Head. He's watchful and defends onto the offside. Right behind that delivery. Bounces out into the covers. Labuschagne still to get off the mark. The Australians losing early wickets. India all out for 150. They were all out at sea on this opening day. Nathan McSweeney on debut, put on 10 before he was out. LBW to Bumrah, 1 for 14. Usman Khawaja out for 8. Caught Kohli from the bowling of Bumrah in the slips, 2 for 19. Next ball, Steve Smith departed for a duck. LBW to Bumrah, 3 for 19. Head survived the hat-trick ball. It could be worse, though, on the scoreboard. And again, Rana turned nicely by Head. Rolls past the square leg umpire. They thought about a second. Labuschagne is sent back, rightly too. And straight onto that, the Indian fielders. So 3 for 30 now. Good moves on to 10. Labuschagne is still there. He hasn't scored, but he was dropped by Kohli off Bumrah with the score at 1 for 14. His second ball.
He hasn't made a pay yet.
Not yet.
Not even a single run.
Not yet, but the wickets could be... Yeah, I know there's a whole argument about the way that one incident in time may not necessarily lead to the others, but nonetheless, Labuschagne...
Take a bit of shine off the ball as well.
Yeah, true. That's true. He's been out there for 20 deliveries, Labuschagne. He's said he was going to be patient. He said he was going to leave. And he's done a bit of that. He's won a few as well. Run up into Labuschagne, who does leave. The ball flies through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, we've seen a few. Seen a duck there. What was that, Rick? First innings. Who was it got a duck off about 20 deliveries?
That was Patakol, who was...
How many deliveries was it?
23, I think. Oh, I've got the thumbs up from the great man.
23.
You never get that. That's a first. I'll get Ben Cameron, the producer, to write this down. 21 past 4, WS2.
Did you know, or you just stabbed at a number?
I had it in front of me.
Oh, well.
Man, you've given away the trade secrets. Here comes Rana again, who's into Labuschagne. He just prods away onto the onside, out towards square leg. There's a fielder there. There's no run. End of the over, 3 for 20. Rana has none for 10 from his 2 overs. Head is 10. Labuschagne yet to get off the mark. On the text line, here's a question for you, Glenn. 0467920222. Jasper, Bumrah is one of the best bowlers in the world. Australia's batting is brittle. Do you agree? That's from Anonymous. Do let us know your name and where you're texting in from.
Well, I think if you look at both teams before this series, they seem to both have pretty strong bowling lineups. The Australians, obviously, depth in their bowling. Bumrah is class, there's no doubt about that. Siraj's done well. And then, obviously, the spinners in Ashwin, Jadeja and Sundar have done quite well. So we knew the bowling attack was quality. And Mohammad Shami's not here at the moment as well. So both bowling attacks are quality. Little question mark around the batting lineups. Australia hasn't quite settled, whereas India after New Zealand, there was a lot of question marks there.
Here's Bumrah around the wicket. Head just trying to flick it on with a ball that was going down leg side. Couldn't get any bat on it. Through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, so we've got Nathan McSweeney that came in as opening spot for left by David Warner. Steve Smith going down to his favourite spot, number 4. Obviously didn't trouble the scorers today, so you can't really make a judgment on one ball. But it's time for the Australians to really sort of, if they're number 1 team in the world, they've got to sort of improve their batting.
Boomer bowls ahead, wraps him with glove and pad, squirts out towards square leg, straight to the fielder there. There's no run again. Shadows start to creep across Perth Stadium as the sun sets to the right of our broadcast position. It's probably about, let's say, a quarter of the ground in shade at the moment.
But I think whoever's going to win this series, I think it's coming down to the batters. Whichever batting lineup performs better should win this test match, because I think both teams have the ability to take 20 wickets.
Aspert Bumrah searching for a 4th wicket. Trebuchet-like action, he's away and he bowls, and a swing outside of off stump from head. He made no contact. He had a wild go at it. It's through to the keeper. He was looking to punch it away through the covers. 141.8 kilometres an hour from Bumrah. Virat Kohli offering plenty of advice as he strolls out from his position in the slips.
Yeah, Travis said he's not going to die wondering, is he? It was wide, foolish, probably just bounced a little bit more. But if he hit that, would have stayed hit, would have taken some catching as well.
You're on the test hill, the artificial hill to the right of our broadcast position at deep cover. It could be in trouble. His head plays this with an open blade. It goes out towards gully on the bounce for no run. 3 for 30. Home side trailing by 120. India winning the toss earlier today. They elected to bat, lost early wickets. They were 3 for 32 with Kohli departing for 5. Before that, Patekal for a duck and Jaiswal for a duck as well. Rahul added 26. Got to lunch at 4 for 51. Jarrell put on 11. Sundar 4. He's Bumrah again. Away from our vantage point to head. He plays it into the ground, out into the covers, and he immediately sets off for a great run. There was a fielder there, but he was determined the moment that hit ball that there was a single to be taken. He went surging through, and he moves to be 11, bringing Labuschagne back on to strike. Punt put on 37. Caught by Smith at second seat from Cummins bowling. Runner 7, Bumrah 8, and Kumar Reddy the last player to go. He added with a top score of 41, 6 fours and 1 6 on our batsman Siraj. Didn't face the ball. Best of the bowlers Hazelwood, 4 for 29, Stark 2 for 14. Cummins took 2 wickets as well, and so did Marsh. Bumrah goes over the wicket this time, and it's down leg side. Looking to try and get some on it was Labuschagne. That's a good stop. He didn't take it cleanly behind the stumps, Rahul, but he went a long way across to his left to make sure it didn't go for any byes, and that's the end of the over. And McGrath's about to step out here on Grandstand Cricket. Like to get in touch, 0467 920 222. Do let us know your name and where you're texting in from. Have to treat it like when my dad, g'day dad, if you're listening, always sends a text and always put dad at the end of it. It's not like we get your name and wherever you're texting in from. 30,745 in the last official attendance we had. It might have edged a little bit up on that. So the biggest ever crowd in Perth Test match history in today, day 1, the Border Gavaskar Trophy. 5 Test series starting here in the West. And speaking of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, the men whose name is on it joins us again behind the microphone here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. G'day, Sonny.
Good evening. I think this is a good fight back by India. Bumrah in particular has bowled exceptionally well. He's experienced, so he's been able to utilize the help that he's getting from the pitch very nicely. On the other hand, maybe Harshit Rana just a little bit carried away with the pace and bounce here.
Here's Rana. He's in again and he bowls. Travis Head, who's gone for 11. He leaps into the air in pure joy. Rana strikes. That's his first wicket. And the Aussies are in deep trouble. They've lost their 4th wicket for just 31 runs on the board, and they still trail India's first innings by 119 runs. seconds. He's on his way, Travis Head. Bowled by Rana for 11. 4 for 31.
Well, the previous over, he bowled it short all the time. That's the inexperience of Harshit Rana. But clearly he learned from that previous over where he'd given away some runs to Travis Head. He pitched the ball up on a very good length, and it was just too good for Travis Head. Going through his defence, knocking the stumps back, and that's a big blow because Travis Head is the kind of batter who can take the game away from you. He's the kind of batter who can hit the boundaries. He doesn't necessarily look for just the singles, and that's exactly what he was setting himself up to do. So it's a big wicket. It's a very, very big wicket for the Indians.
This is an incredible first up. I'm just shaking my head at what we've seen. To see the number of wickets fall. So 14 have gone so far today. India all out for 150. And you thought, how do they fight back from this? But then the captain for this test, Jasprit Bumrah, said, I'm having a go here. Takes 3. And then Rana, who had strayed a little bit with his line, responds with that sort of delivery to get Travis Head out. And now Labuschagne has yet to get off the mark. He's faced 23 deliveries and probably shouldn't have been there if Kohli had snaffled that chance. And now he's joined by Marsh. So the two batters out there for the Australians with the score at 4 for 31, neither got off the mark yet. This is incredible test cricket.
It's incredible because, this is the kind of pitch that helps the quicker bowlers. But again, here is a dangerous batter for India because again, he's not the kind of batter that Labuschagne is. Labuschagne is perfectly happy to play the patient role, but Marsh will go after the bowling. So again, Harshit Rana needs to get his length right more than the line. His line has been fine, no problems, but it's a length if he gets a bit carried away. And it's perfectly natural for a young bowler bowling on a pitch like this to get a bit carried away.
Mitch Marsh waits, Rana bowls, and Marsh takes it off the pads. Out through square leg, and he'll stroll down to the non-striker's end. And a warm round of applause from his adoring WA public. Mitch Marsh has had a busy time of late. His wife Greta had a baby girl just a few days ago. Came straight back into the test team for training. In outstanding form, of course, the reigning Allan Border medalist, the 33-year-old. Took a couple of wickets. There were some question marks about an ankle injury, but grabbed a couple of key wickets after lunch here. He's at the non-striker's end as the focus goes back now to Marnus Labuschagne. He's debutant runner in again to Labuschagne, who pulls! And he will get off the mark. There's a player at deep square, and hear the cheer. He'll breathe a little bit easier now, Marnus Labuschagne, and actually acknowledges the crowd, just flicks the bat up for a second as if to say thanks. He's fought his way through to 1 from 24 deliveries he's faced. Rick Finlay?
Yes, I think probably a little sarcastic bit of applause for him.
Well, he said he was going to leave. He said that that's what I have to get back to being able to do. It's when I was scoring as well as I can. Here's Marsh again to Rana, who Marsh defends out towards point. There's no run. He also wore a couple as well. But 48 minutes, there was some talk, and Darren Lehman said this. He thought that Marnus had the temperament that if they were looking for another opener, they could have promoted him up the order. And so if you're going to be out there and stick around for 48 minutes and 24 balls for your first run, maybe that's something they could have looked at.
But it's not easy for a middle order batter to become an opening batsman straight away. And he's had success at number 3, so why move him around? I think your experiment last year with Steve Smith going in to open the batting didn't quite work out, did it?
Definitely not. Runner against Marsh, he gets the bat high up and out of the way. It's through to the keeper in Rahul, and there's no run.
That 14 wickets here is a ground record for a loss of wickets in a day's play at Perth Stadium in a test match. There were two occasions where 13 wickets were lost.
I knew you had something for us, Rick. First time that the Australians have not batted first in a test match here at Perth Stadium. played for. They batted first and won the toss on every other occasion. They've won every other test here, including against India in 2018. India won the series. Runner again into Marsh, who plays defensively to the offside and rolls it out towards extra cover. There's no run. End of the over. Marsh has won. Labuschagne has won. 4 for 33. The locals, they trail India by 117 runs. Bumrah expect to bowl another over. Terrific figures, Sonny. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9.
Yes, he's very mingy with the runs because he bowls such a good line, such a good length. He's always probing, and so no surprise that he's got these figures. But India need more. India need him to get maybe a couple more so that they can get back in the game. He's given himself a little bit of a breather now. It's going to be Mohammad Siraj who's going to be bowling. Bumrah arranging the field from his position at mid-on.
He's taken over from Bumrah, who had such an incredible impact. He's away to Labuschagne, who does lead. 3 slips a gully, a point mid-off, mid-on. Forward square. There's also the fielder in the deep and a wideish fine leg. Siraj. Back at the top of his mark. He's away again and bowling, and Labuschagne again content to lead.
It's not easy at this particular time. 4 wickets down for 33. The ball is still moving around a little bit. There's a little bit of extra carry as well. And the Indians are pumped up, definitely pumped up with those 4 wickets that they've taken. And yes, I think you can see the catch was dropped by Kohli. Simple catch. Then don't know what happened. And so Labushaine's still around.
He's on strike, and he flicked it away at the leg side. Didn't know where the ball was for a moment. Took a couple of steps forward, and then he flicked it away from the stumps. And straight away, Siraj asked a couple of teammates the question about what's happening here. Nothing untoward. Labuschagne goes back into his crease.
Square leg umpires to come in and do a bit of walking, get the bails up back again, because the bails were removed by I think maybe Virat Kohli. The batter was right in. Still, he's removed the bails, or has he not?
Yeah,
he has removed
Virat's flicked them off. What would he be thinking there, son? I'm not sure whether or not Labuschagne really needed to flick that ball away, I would say.
Yes, exactly. I think really none of his business, because the ball wasn't.
Next delivery, it's almost gone through. That is a terrific stop by Bumrah. Labuschagne, again, just unaware of where that was for a moment. Playing with genuine pace as we have another look at the replay. Ball angling back in, and that's taken a little edge and could have very well gone on to hit the stumps. And inside edge and not missing by much at all, and a good stop down low to his left from Rahul, the wicketkeeper.
Yes, a very, very good stop that. Mohammad Siraj not quite at his best in the series against New Zealand.
Siraj over the wicket to Labuschagne, who leaves. Good question coming through. And again, let us know what you know. Legit question for you, Sonny. Is this Test cricket, or have both teams had so much white ball game instilled in them that it bubbles through to the surface in contests like this?
Well, on a pitch like this, I guess that any team would have been in trouble against quality new ball attack. I think the Australian new ball attack, Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood would have troubled the best of batters, even if they had not been playing any white ball cricket. So I think it's the quality of the bowling today.
Siraj to Labuschagne, who leaves with the ball that goes over the top of the stumps.
And despite the fact that we haven't seen too many runs, it is simply good bowling.
That's the end of the over. I want to jump out. Corbin Middlemass will join you. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Clint. Afternoon, Sonny.
Afternoon.
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too, and good to be back in Australia.
It's lovely to have you. I think the last time I saw you was at the SG Ball Factory.
Yes.
In UP, where you were getting swarmed on your way in and out of the car, and I think you were arriving when we were leaving, but it's lovely to see you.
Good to see. Yes, SG. You see a lot of the Indian players playing with the SG bat. But that's not SG for Sunil Gavaskar, let me tell you.
He's Siraj on his way in, bowls to Marsh, who waves the bat overhead and lets it pass. So what a day it's been. If you've just flicked on the radio, I'm wondering what on earth's happened in Perth. Well, India won the toss. They chose to bat. They were all out for 150. Inside 50 overs, Josh Hazlewood 4 for 29. The King Virat Kohli had one hop up on him that he nicked into the cordon, caught by Khawaja off the bowling of Hazlewood. 41 for Nitish Reddy on debut, and Rishabh Pant with 37. The only sort of even starts you can speak of in the Indian card. And then the Aussies. The Aussies shuffle off the top. 4 for 31 at one stage, now 4 for 33. Siraj to Marsh, off drive, superb. All the way along the ground and into the rope for 4. That is a cricket shot.
That is a terrific cricket shot. Got into position so quickly. Harshit Rana bowling one a little fuller.
BBC. Shreya says, just sitting in my car in the work car park because I can't stop listening, loving the coverage. Sounds like you're going to be late for work, Shreya. We're not going to complain, though. Stick with us. It's exciting. Particularly if you're an Indian fan looking to fight back.
It's been a great fight back, hasn't it?
Tremendous effort from them. But if you did miss any of the action earlier, and wondering how Virat Kohli got on, he was out for 5. Just 5. Delivery from Hazelwood that reared up and took the shoulder of the bat, caught by Khawaja at slip. Here's Rana in, and this has been steered aerially down towards the deep third boundary. One bounce, and it is fielded by the man stationed there. Cummins has leant back and used the pace of the ball to lift it away over the slips, but it's almost what they're looking for.
Yeah, it almost went straight to him. Good play. I mean, a little bit lucky for Paddy Cummins there. He's tried to go almost too fine and almost just glided it straight to the man. Good piece of fielding down there in the end.
So Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's got the job of patrolling this boundary behind the slip cordon. He made a duck earlier today, an 8-ball duck. He was first wicket to fall, the 7th ball bowled in the match by Mitchell Starc, and a catch taken by Nathan McSweeney, his first bit of action as a test cricketer. Now McSweeney then came out to open the batting, was out for 10. Been a mixed day all round, not a good one for any batters. Around the wicket here, clipped down the leg side. Now this will be 4. It's gone very, very fine, and Perry's managed to find the boundary. Jaiswal pushed wider on that fine leg boundary. So the 50 is up for Australia. 6 for 53. 6 for 53. But the cheers from the crowd just tell you all you need to know about how well India have bowled and how under the pump Australia's batters have been.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. I noticed you repeated 6 for 53. You enjoyed that the second time round, did you? The quality of bowling's been unbelievable, Alison. It's been one of the games that is, I think Australia haven't batted as bad as 53, but India bowled well.
Oh, this has gone high, down towards the boundary again. Could be a 6 here. No, drops just in front of the rope, but another sort of deflection from Carey this time. It's leaning back, and the ball then going sky high over the slip cordon, down towards the deep third boundary.
And that might sound strange for our listeners, but I think they've been bowled out by some unbelievable bowling. And I think India have been exceptional. Bumrah is comfortably the best in the world, from what I've seen. He bowled a better length than probably the Australian boys. And Australia bowled quite well. I thought India probably didn't cope with the bounce well enough because they played a different tactic. But at 6 for 57, India's bowlers have got them back in the game.
Yep, a couple of catches, but 2 LBWs and a bowled as well. Around the wicket here, looking to drive, comes forward, punches it, can't beat mid-on though. Tumbling stop by the captain, who picks up the ball and then removes his cap because he's going to bowl again. Here's Bumrah, 6 for 57. Australia are 93 behind. Carey 17, Cummins 1. Khawaja was out for 8. McSweeney 10. Labuschagne a laboured, painful 2 from 52 balls. Smith got a first ball up. He was at one of 2 and 2 from Jasprit Bumrah. Travis Head made 11. Marsh 6. So that is the sorry-looking scorecard. Rick?
Labuschagne's 2 of 52 balls. That 52 balls is the second most balls faced for an innings of 2 by an Australian batter. The record, not surprisingly, belongs to Bill Lawry.
All right.
Who made 2 of 55 at Chennai in 1969.
Oh, it took him, what was it, 24 balls to get off the mark today?
Yes.
And then took him another 17 balls after that to get his second single. And that was it until his dismissal. He was dropped on naught by Kohli as well. I wonder whether that was why Kohli celebrated quite so vigorously when he did, because he knew that the drop catch didn't really cost anything.
No, it didn't cost too much in the end, did it? 2.
Yeah.
Cost a bit of time, but I don't think time's an issue in this game at the moment.
Doesn't feel like it, does
16 wickets in the day for what, 207?
Extraordinary.
It's been unbelievable. Boomer 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 10. And for a cricket lover, which I am, I've actually really enjoyed watching his bowling. It's been, I haven't seen anyone like that for a long period of time.
And he had time out the game, didn't he? Last year he was undergoing back surgery in New Zealand in 2023. Here's Bumrah in again. And it's Cummins steering him away, wide of gully. Chase back towards the boundary, sliding stop. 2 of them out there. And Cummins has come back for the second. I mean, there's so many fast bowlers do go through bad injuries, but he was out from September 22 until August 2023 with that stress fracture. And it was only the following April he eventually had lower back surgery, but he missed a lot of cricket in that time. Asia Cup, T20 World Cup of 2022, was out of the whole IPL season, wasn't able to play in the World Test Championship final.
So a year, roughly, yeah.
Moving in again. There's one slither of sunlight almost encroaching across Cummins here. Big edge through to Rishabh Pant. Bumrah strikes again, and he's got the captain. Captain v captain. It's Bumrah who wins this first battle. And Australia continue to slide. 7 for 59. Cummins on his way for 3.
Well, pitched it up, didn't he, again? Got the nick. Good catch from Pant and Virat Kohli and Bumrah. They've just been unbelievable. Boomer's just destroyed Australia. 4 for 12 at the moment. 7.59. They said he was going to be hard to face, and we all knew that at the start, but I dare say they didn't think it'd be this hard to face tonight. It's been unbelievable. I mean, we're talking 17 wickets in the day.
And it's been a pitch which has been misbehaving.
No, it's been okay. To be fair, they've probably got more out of the pitch, the Indian bowlers and the Australian bowlers, because they've pitched it up and hit the seam quite well. Boomer's seam is as good as going around. I mean, Glenn McGrath, I think, would be in awe of that seam position that he's been presenting day in, day out. Mitchell Starc and Alex Carey now are probably the hopes that take a few on, hit a few boundaries. 10 minutes, you got to try and get through to stumps, don't you? But the problem with that is if you get out, you haven't gained anything. They've got to score some runs and get as close as they can to that total. We'll probably try and do that tomorrow, obviously get through the 10 minutes. But he's hard to get through. I mean, he might just, if I'm Boomer, I'm bowling a Yorker first up to Mitchell Starc and try and blow him away, wrap him on the pads, or something a bit different, a really good bouncer or a slower ball. Because he's got such deception in what he does with the slow ball. So, but I'm going full of the stumps. 150, why not?
His shirts are rippling. He's trying to start his run up twice now, and Starc has not been ready. He's trying a third time, and now he's opening his arms wide as if to say, come on, you've got to be ready now. Another full start. And he backs away a pace. But Starc's ready. 7 for 59, Australia. Bumrah, 4 for 12, and he's in again around the wicket to the left-hander. It's on a length and it's been steered out towards short extra cover by Starc. But what a bowling performance that we're seeing. The captain leading from the front, standing in place of Rohit Sharma, and well, just doing a brilliant job at the skill that he is renowned for. Can he get a fifer in this opening test? You would feel there's every likelihood of it. One away from.
Well, he could get 7.
Yep.
In the next 10 minutes, he's that good.
Starc settles over his bats in the one strip of sunshine that's glaring across this Perth stadium pitch. Bumrah in around the wickets, beats him, asks a question as to whether there was an edge. Ball's in the gloves of Pant, and there was not. So Bumrah turns on his heel, and everything he's doing is with purpose. He's walking back to his mark with purpose, because he knows as well, however, they can try and get as many overs in as possible, as many deliveries as possible before the close here.
The worst thing, if you're an Australian batsman, you know, come tomorrow morning, you know who you're facing first up, a fresh Bumrah. So it's not going to be easy for the next sort of 40 minutes of batting, 50 minutes of batting, with tomorrow included.
Bumrah with his short steps as he approaches the crease, finds the middle of Starc's bat this time as he comes forward and defends, angled bat up towards Siraj, gives the ball a furious rub in his position at mid-off. Bumrah there with a wide white sweatband on his left arm.
In all your years of commentating,
Not been that many.
your junior years, I should say, have you ever seen a day like this?
I'm trying to think. He was 17, I think not in the context of this as a series, with all the build-up and the hype around it, the expectation. I mean, although everybody knew the batting on both sides was struggling, the bowling is elite. As Bumrah is in, and he beats Starc once again. Through to Rishabh Pant it goes. 7 for 59 at the end of the over. Bumrah 4 for 12 off 7 overs. Just a remarkable set of figures for him. No, I think couldn't have possibly have imagined that this would happen on day one.
Especially on this wicket. It's not a 150 and 759 wicket. That's a world-class bowling attacks at both sides. and maybe some poor shots. I'm just trying to think of the Australian dismissals. I mean, Mick Sweeney got beaten on the inside, not a bad ball, nipped back, didn't it? It was when Nick won the slip. Marnus he probably tried to play across one. He should have tried to hit a bit straighter. Smith, first ball, that can happen, but again, nipped back a little bit. Head got beaten on the outside from around the wicket. He probably could move to off stump and cover a little bit. Mitch Marsh, they weren't terrible shots either.
No batter had really got into really playing too many shots out too early. Around the wicket here, the left-handed Carey clips this one nonchalantly around the corner, along the ground in controlled fashion for one. Australians need to find some elements of calmness, and the lower order batters have done a job in the past, but rarely have they been in this early on in the innings, facing the freshness and the quality of these bowlers that we've been looking at today.
Well, that's exactly right, and they'll be fresh tomorrow morning. I mean, you'd actually have to say, if they bowl them out for 100 and India bat one day, they're well in front because their bowling's going to be fresh again. So Australia have to find a way to make them bowl tomorrow for an hour or so, somehow.
150 is looking like a good total right now. Around the wicket here, and Stark defends on off stump, angles the ball out towards the point region, and there is no run.
How do you think the press will be in general with the Australians' batting performance? You know them better than I do.
I think there will be a lot of credit given to the bowling, but I think pressure has been building on the top order. It's been, that feeling for a while, hasn't it? That Carey's been in form, Travis Head has been the attacking batter, but Steve Smith, it was almost as if his performance was hard to judge because he'd been in that opener's slot of late. But dropping down to 4 was his opportunity to return to his good ways. Hoiked up in the air over the head of mid-on and down towards the boundary. Now it's been a slow outfield here and it won't reach the rope. 2 picked up though by Stark, chase back there for Bumrah. Australia now 88 behind, 7 for 62. But if you're out to almost how would you react in the dressing room as coach with this sort of scoreline?
I'd actually look at the dismissals, the mode dismissal, and I'd probably go, you know what, they've actually bowled quite well. I can't look at too many dismissals and go, probably should have tried it. Maybe a couple where they tried to hit too square and maybe got beaten in the areas they shouldn't get beaten. But, I'm going, they haven't bowled too bad, have they?
Around the wicket, dropping the hands, Stark. And this one go through.
But then the 150, I'm looking at going, okay, let's look at some of their dismissals. Jasmal, he could have, he probably could have let that go. That was early on in the innings, maybe. Coley was probably one that you'd go, he's a better player than that. Sunda, driving. Rana, well, he's a bowler anyway, but he plays his way. There wasn't too many there. Both bowling attacks have dominated the day. Maybe a couple of dismissals that could have been avoided.
Rana in again, short ball. Dropping the shoulder, Stark, and comfortably able to let it go through 2 punts. I think it felt at the start of the series, for me, that is a side, both teams, where their bowling is their strongest suit. Australia's been a very settled attack. The Indian attack is missing Shami, his debutant, so it's more queries around how that attack would come together, but brilliantly, always expecting to be brilliantly led by Bumrah. But he seemed almost surpassed expectations today.
Well, he's going to need to, isn't he? For them to win the game, he's going to have to repeat it in the second part of the game.
But if they continue like this, they will be fresh.
Yeah, they'll have 2 weeks off, not 10 days.
Now, deep square leg just been pushed more into a deep mid-wicket position here. Forward presses Stark, and the ball came off the angled bat, but was in the air safe up towards the mid-off region to end the over. 7 for 62, 88 behind, Carey on 18. Stark with him on 2. Rick?
The last time 17 wickets fell on the first day of a test match in Australia was in 1951-52 at Sydney, when the West Indies were here. Incidentally, in that series, there was another test at Adelaide earlier where 22 wickets fell on the first day. But you've got to go back that far to find as many as 17 wickets falling on day 1.
Even I haven't been commentating that long, but...
you certainly have not, Ali. You're not that old. But Rick, what about Gabba, the two-day game against South Africa? That must have been quite a few wickets on that day. It was a two-day game, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
Just a couple of years ago. It was green. There would have been a few. Here's one for you.
Bumrah again. He's bowling to Carey. 3 slips in the gully around the wicket. Carey setting off very quickly for the single. Work through square leg. No, sending Stark back. And it's a misfield, which means he's able to ground his bat and get back comfortably and be safe. The throw comes back into Rishabh Pant, 7 for 63.
15 wickets on that first day.
Okay, so not quite the 17.
But not bad. It's a lot of wickets.
10 South Africans and 5 Australians.
That's right. And then Travis Head went nuts, didn't he? Got him in front and bowled him out. There must have been 15 the second day.
Stands to reason.
It does, doesn't it? I presume so, because I don't think they're batting again, Australia.
I filtered out all the other days except the first day, so you're probably right.
A full start again by Bumrah. Now, whether Stark is just toying with him a little bit, making him wane. So he is ready. Bumrah walking back to the end of his mark once again. In with that straight arm of his. Stark forward up towards mid-off. I'm going to use my niece's words to describe Bumrah's approach to the crease. She's watching back in the UK, 10 years old, loves her cricket, and she describes him as clippity-clop in his approach.
Yes, not bad.
It's that, pony steps,
What's
isn't it?
her name?
It's got
Etta. Well, that's good description. I'll use that. Clippity-clop. Yeah, it is.
like a bit of a horse just getting into his stride, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it just
A bit
gets
of a
going,
trot,
then he just gets
and
it down there.
explodes.
150 clicks, hit that.
And he goes now, the knees kick up, and then he approaches, bowls, and there's a drive, lofted drive down the ground, and Stark picks up 4. Well, that was a fine stroke from Mitchell Stark against the best in the world. And suddenly he made it look easy.
Well, he's got 3 balls to go for the end of the day. These boundaries are helpful, but if I'm Boomer, I'm going a Yorker, a slower ball, and a bumper. And just try and make Mitchell make a mistake on one of those. Don't worry about the run so much, because if you get 8 down, you've got Lyon in tomorrow and Josh Hazlewood. So
Australia's still 83 behind. That's a lot of runs in the context of this match. Bumrah is in, dropping the shoulder. Stark taking some evasive action, and through it goes to Rishabh Pant.
There's the bumper. Yorker or slow ball? Which one do you
I
go?
can't hear you from up here. The window's open.
No, which one do you reckon? Yorker or slow ball?
Slow ball next.
I'd go slow ball too, but he's just got such a magnificent Yorker. He might just go that and try and blow his toes off.
Let's see, 2 balls left in the over. It's been an action-packed opening day of this test match. Bumrah in now to Stark, approaches, bowls round the wicket. I think he took that much pace off towards mid-off, and no run. So 1 more ball to come, 7 for 67. Well, Australia tonight, at any rate, are avoiding being bowled out. But here's this Kohli coming all the way from his position in the slip cordon to put an arm on the right shoulder of Bumrah and have a word in his ear ahead of this final delivery of the day. I wonder what little gem he's passed to him. Try Yorker.
Well, I reckon it's Yorker or slow ball. 2 back, deceiving that way.
Well, this is where you see captain and former captain. He's still always thinking Kohli, isn't he? And he's got the job when Bumrah is with ball in hand of setting this field. So there's a catcher at deep mid-wicket at fine leg. And Kohli, leg gully, as Bumrah is in, looks to pitch it up. Now for one bold chance, it drops just short. And he took some pace off and deceived Stark. And he almost got a wicket with his final ball.
That was unbelievable. That was almost a double bluff. Very well played, and it's a really good slow ball. He probably wanted it a fraction fuller to get him driving a bit harder. It was really well done. He's got a great slow ball. Deception. All India today in the back end. Australia fought really well for 150, then Australia with the bat. We just out-bowled. India out-bowled Australia and really destroyed the top order of the Australian team. So we're left with some work to do tomorrow. That's carried the high score with amazingly 19. But India were, I thought, all overshot, all out 150. I thought it was a 300 wicket. I thought it was a decent track. They won the toss and batted. but world-class bowling attacks deliver that, and no real patience from any batters, was there, or any fight back? And Nathan McSween and Debin made 10, but Australia had all sorts of 7 for 67.
Yeah, the top score of the day came from Nitish Kumar Reddy on debut at number 8 for India, made 41. Rishabh Pant with 37. But for Australia, so far Alex Carey with 19. I mean, what is tomorrow going to have in store, Biff?
Well, not 17 wickets, or you never know. I shouldn't say that, because it could be 17 wickets as well with these world-class bowling attacks. But the wicket, I think, is pretty good. It's not a 17-wicket day. But having said that, it had enough in it. If someone like Boomer gets something happening on nothing. He just bowls with a great seam action. He's ahead. He hurries up each bat.